Hi, everybody! It's me! It's of the Devil! It's episode 2! I'm so excited! I was so mad that this dropped while I was on holiday and while I was gone, but I've been chomping at the bit to get here and get cracking at it as soon as humanly possible. Um, Obviously, I have not seen anything from the episode, so don't spoil anything, or mods will hit you with the laser eyes and you'll be banished to hell for 5 million years. Um, I wanted to make up for the fact that we weren't able to do that last Fate stream before I went on break by having at least one more stream before the end of 2025. I appreciate your patience with me. I appreciate your support on the new video that just came out a couple weeks ago. Um, and just so we're all abreast of the streaming situation, there won't be another stream this Friday. I'm still kind of semi on break. I just wanted to squeeze this in because there was no way I could wait for this. We're probably going to continue this on Tuesday until we finish it because I'm not going to want to wait. I hope you understand. But next Friday, or not this coming Friday, but the 9th, the 9th of January is when Fate will start back up, and then once we finish this, we'll get back to the Spirit of Justice DLC. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's do this shit. I'm so excited. Let's go. Oh no. No, that's okay. I'm not a pro gamer. It's okay. Maybe one day we'll play in high roller mode. Maybe one day I'll be confident enough to play high roller mode. But no, we'll go with standard for now. Don't disable tutorials, enable them. It's been a while since episode 1. Although I did reread some of it while I was on break because I made my mom read episode 0 and she quite liked it. It was fun. And then we got to read part of episode 1 on the road back to when she was taking me home, but then my Steam Deck died. So, and I was like, I'm not going to see you for several months. What are we going to do? And then she was like, just tell me what happens. I was like, ugh, okay, fine, I guess. She really liked it though. Okay. All right, let's see. Who's your favorite character? Probably Morgan. If I had to guess, I could ask her, but June with the 5. Chat, if we get an if we get the Enivid past the DR 2x2 video, I will draw Marcy and Enasona. I already am, but ooh, you want to watch it again anyway? I think it is past it. Well, it was past what it was at this point in time. It's may not be past it cumulatively. And Nodicaf with the 2. It's time. Glad to see you were amped too. Oh, I am so excited. Okay. Let's actually do this. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Mathings. Piece of shit still trying to go and try to lie to our faces. I don't know who these people are yet. Mathings is our senator, man. What, still? Shit. Hey, wake up! From the top, I guess. Ugh. What is your name? Ikari. Yeah. What year is it? 28. 6. What did he say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. Dog does know how to shake. You can go Again in the head. One thing I said, one thing I asked. Anywhere but the head. Not my fault he's got a punchable face. So, we calibrated yet, or what? No. But we're as close as we're gonna get with equipment this old. You want to get the real questions, or does he need more softening up? I just said I won't soften him up in the head. How about it? You still with us, Hound? You're gonna feel a migraine hit you like a tram in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold on to the pain. Let me go and the barbitazine will drop you like an anchor. Don't want you a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Because... Oh! Okay, hi, Morgan. Because you were too spooked to do this over a line? I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. Oh, okay, that is... Alright, let's see. Now that I finally get faces, I can figure out what I want to do for voices. Let's see. What do I want to do here? When I tell you there's heat, I mean it. I know, and I always listen. See? Your new outfit! It looks so good! See? Breathable layers. God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I can see to the point. You're lighter? June with the 5. Behold, the hottest man ever. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Oh, hi, Lerf. Lerf? Different Lerf? Same Lerf? No, that mod Lerf. So same Lerf. I just didn't recognize your icon. I fucking hate YouTube's thing where it's just the handles now. I hate it so much, dog. Anyway. Doesn't mean I can see to the point. You're lighter. You memorized the map? You kept it pretty vague, but yeah, I think. Disconsindia. X. Okay. I think I got the gist of it. You're that worried about a paper trail? Proctive and Analytics just won a state contract for new trawling algorithms that can de-an on an entire city block's crumbs in less than an hour. I don't need to check that. I remember what crumbs are. Although, they do change sometimes. But this pretty much looks the same as I remember it being. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. We can't all be as well read as Reinhard Diamani. I'm sending you the links. Read them. And the rest of the news, too. Proposition 492 is going to be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly. For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duty seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with my advice. Do you declare the income for it on your taxes? Sorry. I promise to take a look at what you sent over. Ballot propositions. Alright. Public Works. Construction headed to ballots. With elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Read on to get an overview of some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in the coming months. Proposition 436.2D... Wait. Is that... No. Is that a 0? The side of it is a bit D-ish, so I can't tell with the font. Petition for City Council to commission cost analysis on public schooling, sponsored by Aaron Houston Myers. For the last several decades, all education has been handled through private institutions, typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. Oh boy, okay. While this has eased the expense of childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concern over children being treated as customers first and students second. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies, introducing potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. Hold on just a second. I'll have to respond to that message later. Daphne, I love you. I'm streaming. I'll get to you. I promise. Anyway. Where was I? Yeah. The potential for waste and corruption are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. If enough voters say aye to this petition, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. Proposition 492.1a. Okay, yeah, so I guess that was a D before. Funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Project, sponsored by Choppin' How Industries Wickham. Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards, paid for by the % increase in sales tax within city limits. Atlas pillars act as stabilizing points for the city's canopy super infrastructure and house all the largest public transit elevators that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and street level. The measure is generally reviewed favorably by representatives from the lower wards who acknowledge the necessary construction will be disruptive, but point to language in the proposition that guarantees easing of zoning restrictions around the pillars as vital to reducing unemployment in target regions. Previous comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples, and studies have shown that poverty is down and citizen satisfaction is up in the surrounding areas. Some number of city council members representing uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation has yet to be disclosed. Past experience has shown that due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. Proposition 493.1a, renaming Atlas pillars to honor local community figures, sponsored by Danford, Johnson, Sungho, Wickham. Chopin. I see. Thank you, Alex Hijings. Nicknamed in the Pillars of the Community Project in the headlines, Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures, replacing the current system where pillars are given alphanumerical designations based on the streets they are built atop of. Few members of City Council have spoken explicitly for or against the measure, but polls show general support among the citizenry, with some questions about how the new names will be chosen. Atlas was originally an internal name for the super infrastructure constructs, but leaked blueprints and contractor word of mouth spread the moniker, and it has become rooted itself in the culture in the years since, despite having what the mayor at the time reportedly described in private as an ominous ring to it. Proposition 527.3b, Commission of Report on Victims of Acid Snow. Sponsored by Hernandez, Lang, and Mohammed. The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of the public conscience following the Greyfall documentary that premiered earlier this year. Previously underreported on, while the industrial accident did not create snow and did not in fact add acid to the atmosphere, the film's eyewitness accounts of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was unseasonable snowfall have spurred public outcry. If this proposition receives enough ayes at the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into the victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Critics of the proposition argue that after 20 years, few of the victims will still be residents of the city, assuming they can be found at all. Others point to the state lawsuit Gendu Chemicals settled 15 years ago as sufficient compensation for the victims, though as one of the conditions of that settlement, Gendu did not admit any fault or wrongdoing on the part of corporate leadership. Oh, lots going on, huh?
How can you be this calm? A chance like this doesn't come around, well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing.
What do you think changed?
Nothing ever changes in the lower wards, is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Heartbreak made organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks, is what I would say if I was feeling comedic.
Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself. Cause you're such a delicate
cause you're such a delicate flower in need of protection.
Good line to drop Morgan's new profile app. As always, date of birth, December 26, height 175 centimeters, blood type AB negative. Occupation, criminal, defense attorney. Likes power washers, lamb chops, and prime numbers. Dislikes lectures, felt, and the violin. Plays blackjack, Texas Hold'em, CeeLo, mahjong, e-card. Favorite flower, the funny-looking red ones. Licorice radiata. Oh, of course you like the fucking Higanbana, Morgan. Jesus Christ. And eggs fried and runny. How about you start feeling analytic and give me your real answer?
Fine. In my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for their products has gone up, so they set to work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. Mobile chop shops hunting for product to fill the supply gap.
Supply gap? You can't spit without it landing on a Vitruvian clinic. How's the biggest it's ever been? What mods aren't being printed to demand?
It's replacement parts, not the mods that the Rust harvest. Vitruvian, Hal, and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens will gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that steep.
A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey.
Correct. Hence the Rust stockpiling weapons, and in response...
the Blue Bloods sensing escalation.
But that's just my hypothesis. If I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, we'll call it a formal theory.
The Rust, criminal organization. The domestic criminal organization known as the Rust is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs, sets, and racketeering operations that formed out of necessity rather than any particular shared value. Broad powers granted to the state and law enforcement to address civil unrest during the 60s meant that small to medium-sized criminal organizations could not survive on their own, as virtually all their members could be detained indefinitely if one or more members was suspected of racketeering, under new laws that classified gang activity as terrorism. While the Rust has evolved since its chaotic initial formation, the spirit of it lives on in the highly diverse culture of the Rust's component cells, or pods. Law enforcement officials disagree on whether the Rust meet the definition of a criminal organization, as many argue that the gangs that make it up are capable of operating completely independently of one another. Some hypothesize that the Rust serves merely as a shadow on the cave wall, intended to make smaller gangs' patterns of violence seem like well-organized planning. As it stands, the Rust is known for its black market operations and illegal and illicitly sourced mods, offering military-grade or foreign-produced mods to civilians. They're particularly known for regularly assaulting and ripping mods out of their victims for resale. Historically, the Rust has been associated with elevated levels of gang violence, earning themselves a fearsome reputation that has fortunately limited their ability to assimilate themselves into other segments of society. However, in People vs. Harmonique systems, the state had alleged that Harmonique had on numerous occasions employed the Rust as a kind of extra-legal mercenary force when pursuing aggressive market negotiations with their competitors. The case was ultimately settled out of court for an undisclosed penalty amount, but misinformation has persisted ever since, claiming that the Rust has endured despite its violent tendencies due to being sheltered from consequences by corporations who contract the Rust as deniable mercenaries. Okay. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it?
Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it.
The idea lingers in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. Windows and neon advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent, down into our beautiful city's scenic lower wards.
How's this part go again?
Through me, the way to the city of woe. Through me, the way to eternal dole. Through me, the way among the lost. Inferno. Aha, yeah.
Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark.
Not the official forecast?
More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy. Every city block's got its own climate down here.
9 circles of fresh hell.
If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds.
The smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. This place clings to you. Unwanted, cloying attachment. But there's an honesty to all the human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. And it's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests.
Sorry I couldn't get you anything else to work with.
It was short notice.
I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still.
It's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing.
Spoken like a true addict.
I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. I already like these two's dynamic quite a lot. It's nice to see Morgan kind of commiserate on a level with somebody in that way. It feels. I mean, Morgan is a very performative person, but it feels like at least a little less performative in that respect. Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras, past food stands and steam vents, down the rabbit hole. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town as long as you're trying to. Reinhardt's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. It's gotta be one of these 3 buildings. So let's go over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me with weapons drawn. So if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. Ooh, examination. The windows are all dark, like no one is home. But they're all shut, too, so it could be that they're just tinted. Alley's clear. Fire escape's still there, for the most part. Could pass for an alternate exit, if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Well, this place looks like shit. right on it, huh? Looks more like a haunt just dry enough for users to pass out in than anything else. It's plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer of the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man. Respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. Okay. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone's spending money on upkeep. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't... Oh, no, shit. I didn't mean to click. What was the... Backlog is L, right? Okay. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone spending money on upkeep. Okay, yes. That was the correct cadence. Or maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt, the least. There are a couple of bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. ORCA. Organized criminal associate. Organized criminal associate is the label most widely used within law enforcement for individuals who are members of criminal organizations, supplanting terminology used during the first half of the 21st century in accordance with changes to the organization of, recruitment for, and internal culture within organized crime. Frequently abbreviated with some artistic liberty as orcs or the more common orcas, law enforcement professionals often use related nomenclature when discussing organized criminal activity in informal settings. For example, an orca may also be referred to as a killer whale, KALE, or KW. That's fun. A group of orcas may also be called a pod, while a known gathering place may be labeled a den. Yeah, there is GIF Nova because of the layout. That's just how it is. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's certainly dark, but there's a camera out front, and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just some mechanic garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. Okay. Might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. But why? Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Yo? God damn. Oh. I thought that was like wrapped around a person's head for a second, so it's just like a very funny reveal. Hey. Great acting. You supposed to be the lookout?
Red Hood.
What'd you say? People come down here to be anonymous, or the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a faux pas to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Go away? At least they can take direction. Just fuck off? Whatever. A lookout being around just confirms that I've picked the right building. Time to try the door. What'll make them open up? I mean, I kind of think it'd be funny to try it either way. No answer? Should I just have tried knocking in a pattern? Shave. And haircut. No, that would be silly. Okay. Call. Hey! You open? Maybe not for me. Okay, money it is then. I have money! Actually, I have a dark card. That should have provoked a reaction. A grunt, footsteps, something. I place my hand against the door absent-mindedly, ready to move to plan B, and I feel movement. Locks being checked, perhaps a doorknob palmed. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First, you try pushing. When that doesn't work, naturally, you... Forget it. I'll find some other... No need for master keys or any other trickery. Well, master keys? Like Inumi Neka. You already mentioned locked rooms. You weren't gonna get me to stay my hand on that one for much longer. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. Like magic?! The door's not the only thing that's being reinforced around here. This apartment building, motel, whatever it used to be. Someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. Hallways blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture. Furniture! Okay, I promise I'll stop. Access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Or maybe a shooting gallery. With blaring musical accompaniment. Ooh, I like your design.
Don't get any ideas. Got no vacancy.
And here I thought I'd found my dream home.
Mister, call me Trey. And too bad, we're closed this month.
Oh, wait. Wrong menu. You. Sungmin Trey Trench. Date of birth, April 2nd. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Blood type, O positive. Occupation, freelancer. Likes vending machines, skate parks, ice chips. Dislikes rich kids, fried food, and cops. Awesome. Loitering, 3 arrests, 0 convictions. Larceny, 2 arrests, 1 conviction. Truancy, no incidents on record. Wait, you're serious? You rent these out?
Of course we do. This is a business.
Right, and you, see a lot of demand?
This is the lower wards, bitch.
He sighs the word without emphasis. Oh, without emphasis, sorry. This is the lower wards, bitch. There you go. He sighs the word without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either.
Tons of stray ducks who will pay top for a site to lay low a night or two.
I can see why.
But this is the hallway. The rooms are clean.
Sure.
Look, the doors are heavy, the locks are all physical, and it's quiet.
So this is a safe house for rent.
Safe rooms for rent. But like I said, we're not open for business right now.
Curious.
Come on, up the stairs already. And no mask when we get up there.
And curiouser. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in the lower wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is...
Seriously, stuff it in your pocket, now.
Forgot I was wearing it. Why so nervous, though?
We're not. I mean, I ain't nervous.
Nothing to worry about, then.
Yeah, but you need to lose those gloves, too.
So that's their game? This isn't a power move, it's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. Reviews. That's not happening.
Bitch. Whatever, have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions.
That does sound fun.
Watch it, you're a guest here.
A guest? I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review.
You haven't paid yet. Come on.
Right behind you. Looking back up chat, by the way, at random. Yes, Brian did say that. About Umineko. Through here? Yeah. Hey, I'll get the door.
Huh?
Howdy.
Where the hell'd you find her? Must have fallen out of the canopy like ripe as shit fruit. Because if she didn't fall out of the damn sky, that'd mean Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey?
Thanks, come on, she... How hard is it not to open a goddamn door? Anchor, Tanks, 10. Date of birth, August 11th. Height, 191 centimeters. Weight, 101 kilograms. Blood type A negative. Occupation, handyman. Likes parkour, spray paint, stainless steel. Dislikes beer cans, water stains, cops. Assault, 2 arrests, no charges pressed. Grand theft, 3 arrests, 2 convictions. Incarceration, 18 months. Juvenile correctional campus. The juvie campus.
Well, she has... Shut up.
The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy is always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to the eye.
You.
Me?
Who else? Hit that.
A cigarette? It's laced with drugs.
Or don't. I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs.
They think I'm a cop? They think I'm a cop and cops can't use drugs when undercover? I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't assuage their concerns.
Jin with the 5. Is that Hatsune Miku?
Well, what's it gonna be?
Don't mind if I do. I love free shit.
Hey. Damn, bitch, breathe!
But you offered.
Trey!
Who the hell is this red bitch? You trying to jinx us?
She's a customer. I know she's a customer. We get customers every other goddamn day of the year. Why'd you have to bring her in here tonight?
There we go. This is it. I found the place.
Well, Creek, she's got... Look at me. Don't talk to Creek, talk to me. She's got a dark card. Ran the cereal downstairs. The scanner got hot like a hand warmer trying to crunch it, so... It's legit, right? Dark card, huh?
Lakers, Creek Kristoff. Date of birth, November 10th. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Blood type O negative. Occupation, entrepreneur. Likes making money, making friends. Dislikes doctors. Grand theft, case dismissed due to lack of evidence. Extortion, case dismissed due to witness recanting. Oh boy. Pronouns any. Oh, cool.
I nod. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. Whenever the specifics of their leadership structure, they're all looking to this Creek right now. But I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden.
Yeah, but tonight, Creek, with all the other shit we're expected to shovel, hey, shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer.
Customer. You'd think the word was old toothpaste the way he spat it out. Translation, outsider.
Thanks, yeah, Miller, I know.
Heavens, Miller smiles. Date of birth, October 6th. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 69 kilograms. Blood type B negative. Occupation, tradesman. Likes horror films, bubblegum, and terrariums. Dislikes bookies, gin, and cops. Vandalism, 4 arrests, 4 convictions. Extortion, 2 arrests, 0 convictions. Littering, no incidents on record.
All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged. Look, she's here now, so why not take her money? And what? I got a better idea.
Oh. Apply directly to the forehead, is what it says in the corner there behind me.
The loud one, Tanks, is pressing a barrel directly into my forehead.
Why not take her for all she's got?
The metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in, and try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek.
Hey now. You can put that away.
He reholstered his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought. They've got something approaching discipline. Mind the safety.
Get screwed. So, we good? We're good. We are good. Right, Creek? Threading a thin needle, lady. A lot of moving parts neath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah?
Course. You won't even notice I'm here. You doing inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of the quarter.
Quarter? This ain't a meg operation, lady. We take our inventory daily.
Torture.
You gonna suggest we put it all down on a spreadsheet? Get everyone to sign off every hour? We got a special name for anything with more than one signature on it. A cricket case.
CRICO, showing results for Combating Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act. The Combating Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act provides for increased law enforcement powers and impunity when investigating and prosecuting organized criminal charges. The CRICO Act allows for prosecutors to link multiple individual charges— I'll get to that in just a second— individual charges of racketeering, contraband, smuggling, or other smaller infractions into criminal conspiracy charges against the entirety of a criminal organization. Though much of the law is built off of previous legislature designed to assist prosecutors in fighting organized crime, the CRICO Act is distinct in that it makes clear the distinction between criminal organizations and corporations that may be operating in violation of the law, considered necessary to adapt to changes in the drug trafficking, gambling, and sex work industries. Before the CRICO Act, prosecutors would at times seek to designate corporations engaging in the aggressive market or cartel-like behavior as criminal organizations, arguing that their structure does not significantly differ from what might be called a mafia. Post-CRICO, corporations with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges and are instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Oh boy. Some of the more liberal-leaning members of the judicial system have argued that this emboldens certain aggressive corporate behaviors and complicates attempts to prosecute criminal organizations who make some amount of their profits through legally registered and operating businesses. Other points to the relatively higher penalties in the trade courts as sufficient deterrent for criminal activity on the behalf of either corporate or mafia parties. In criminal courts, sentences for individuals can be as severe as life in prison, but in trade courts, guilty verdicts can result in entire companies being deregistered and all of their assets being acquired by the state. Users also frequently searched for how to avoid CRICO charges easy. 2086. Prisoner's Dilemma explained. Is it illegal to gather with people? Oh boy. Kirby, just a second ago with the $5. Fun fact, Heaven Miller Smiles is reference to Heaven Smile from Killer 7. Miller 7, sorry I had to. Oh, that's fun. That's clever. He's corrupting the CRICO acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organizations than guns ever will. Give a half a decent accountant one thread to pull on and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day.
Hey, what creeks say? Don't hover.
It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you?
If you were bothering me, you'd know it.
Did I interrupt a game? What's your poison? 5 card, full blind, Monaco rules?
Are those games? We just screw around with whatever we've got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. You ever play around here?
Now and then.
The hell? You go slumming for card games?
Now and then.
Have I seen you at a game before? Maybe up by the 30s?
Sorry, must have been some other redhead.
Damn, thought I'd finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts.
You practiced that one a lot?
Practiced it a little. How's it working?
Keep practicing. You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty.
Well, that's just because I was exercising before you showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend what's ours down here?
I assumed the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role.
Think we can afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun. Pulling the triggers.
Also easy.
Like kissing it goodbye. It'll rat you out first chance it gets.
An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for gang-related violence. The big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone beneath them, it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Well, I'm sure you all do very well in your fistfights.
Fistfights, juvie. Sounds like recess shit.
Sorry. Fisticuffs?
Laugh it up. The first time you hear the sound of steel arm makes caving a skull in, you'll get exactly how we operate.
Right. Sorry. That door's nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? That a walk-in freezer or something?
What? No, we had an agreement about hovering, yeah?
Yeah. It's barred from this side. They got real particular about that one.
What?
Nothing. You're just kinda glaring at me.
It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like you. Tanks is just superstitious. Though I wouldn't call it a superstition until it stops keeping you alive. I am not!
Did I just pass a black cat on my way in or something?
It's your clothes.
Again? Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code.
It's not a code, it's just bad goddamn luck to wear red. Bad luck to see red, man. Same thing. Now you see the red hood, then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is weird, but it won't doom you. Great, it'll only doom us.
I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys.
Really? You were blending in so well. The Red Rider Hood? The Shinigami? Grim Reaper of the Lower Warts? Spot her on a misty night, end up dead by morning light. Come on, creep, don't start that shit when you don't even believe it. Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme. You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Oh, shit.
Sorry, desk drawer came out.
Okay.
That thing is very sensitive to being bumped. Anyway.
You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Little girl in the fog in the big red raincoat? Misted in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers, wanders the wards seeking revenge?
No, never.
Thought even Uptowners knew this stuff. You gonna tell me you've never heard of the Cyberpunk or the Little Lord next?
I can't remember if we've done this one already before or not. Right, we have done this one before, right? I'm pretty sure we've done the Cyberpunk. Correct? I don't remember. I'm fairly certain that we did, though. Yeah, we got this one before. Okay. Again, it's been a minute. Okay.
Guess I don't have a good ear for this sort of thing.
Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are.
Says the grown man sweating because of the ghost story. How about I take an extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night and we call it even?
Walk under any... Where would you even find it? Oh, did you mean stepladder?
We're doing this again.
Now he's afraid you look as pale as spit.
Because for some reason I just got the horrible feeling that I lost a bet.
Alright, come here, pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started.
Oh, wait. Wait, was that Sorry. I just saw blue for a second and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm reading for Miller. Wasn't Miller. Actually, let me just reread those lines real quick.
Alright, come here, pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. What was your first job?
Waitress.
Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m., dinners filter out, doors close at 10. You'll start turning off the...
Wait, was that... Diners. Jesus. I can read.
I'll start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down. And then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes, expecting you to find him a table.
Yeah.
Yeah, asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules, can't arrest him, can't shoot the guy. Even if you wanted to. So, related note, you're here to buy. Paying customer. Happy to have you. Just read the room, okay?
Sure.
And no haggling. Now, what are you here for?
Well, can't be honest about that. Time to build a story. This Creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple promotions under his belt. He might be on the 3rd floor at the moment, but in spirit he's still on the street, earning. Everyone above him is in more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. And he seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grab the remote sitting at the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. That's better.
The hell you do that for?
It was too loud.
We like it loud. Screws with bugs and wires and cops. Are you a cop?
Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You'd end up yelling all the time.
Relax, Tanks. Cut her some slack. She smoked enough of your shitty roll to... I was gonna say fall over, but you seem...
Sober? Me?
You got chrome lungs or something?
I've just always had a very high tolerance for that kind of thrill.
You can do a bunch of drugs and not even enjoy it? Shit, you must have been popular at school.
Not exactly. But clearly I'm not invincible. I'd never talk about myself if I wasn't at least a little stoned.
My bad, we usually pride ourselves on not giving a shit who our customers are.
Thanks for making me the exception. Now, like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth.
That sucks. Did your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack at his retirement party or something?
You're not that far off. His son's turning 18 and he wants a party. An organic party.
How's that supposed to mean?
Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. So boss goes and hands me his dark card, slaps me on the rear, and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever.
That's rough. Pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour. Not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller, stand up, raise your hands.
I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. It's not complimentary. He's searching for something.
See, normally I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but bosses, right?
Yeah.
Mine have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So we're taking a little more care around new faces. Tucked inside her jacket, round the left pocket.
His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language?
Something you want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe?
Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers?
Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah.
Sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady like me, this part of town, guess I was just being careful around new faces.
Alright. You're letting her keep it? I got you here to protect us. Have to wonder, though. Why'd a high-power corporate mover shaker come in person? Why come to us? Why not go cross the skywalk over to the nearest Icaria-owned dispensary?
Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And who are the Icaria? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but... well, I can read between the lines. They're the competition. So, if these blue bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. Blue blood. Mafia. Noun. An international criminal organization known for extorting corporations through shipping ports. The international criminal organization, most commonly known as the Blue Bloods, originated in the early 21st century as an offshoot of Eastern Hemisphere triads that subsumed various dockworkers' unions. Loosening international corporate regulations and decreasing job opportunities at the time made it difficult for traditional unions to gather and maintain bargaining power. Simultaneously, many wait, I forget. It's not triad, right? I keep saying it that way, but I forget how you're actually supposed to pronounce it. Shit. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm sure somebody will tell me. I gotta get moving, though. Struggled as increasing nationalism around the globe, combined with improvements in border security, made the profit margins for smuggling smaller and smaller, even as demand for foreign goods went increasingly unmet. Triage. That's right. Thank you, June. Historians and criminologists debate on the exact origin of the Blue Bloods, and even among ex-members there remains debate about which side approached which, or when the Blue Bloods became a distinct identity. What is agreed upon is that by the mid-21st century, the Blue Bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port across the world, smuggling goods across borders and extorting multinational corporations by threatening to withhold or destroy merchandise as they entered the country. Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities for a time, acquiring legal charters of business for many of their shipping and security operations during the 2050s.
This same time period also saw a cooling of hostilities between the Blue Bloods and many of their rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Civil disruptions and suspected changes in leadership during the 60s, however, reversed this trend. While the Blue Bloods remain a major player on the global criminal trafficking market, their status of criminal concern was officially downgraded to moderate by the state during the 2070s. Most criminologists agree that their national presence is now relatively weak, and has remained so for long enough that the organization's broader global leadership is likely uninterested in expanding the resources it would take to change the status quo.
So if these Blue Bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. I mean, sure, everyone knows the Ikaria have taken the lion's share of the city. I just didn't realize that they had a monopoly, too.
Hey, get it straight. The Ikaria won't be on top anymore once we... Never mind.
Can we not do business?
No one said that. So, what'll it be?
Well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own foam.
Even if it'd be funny to watch.
I figured I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Let half of them get high off the atmosphere.
Downers, huh? We got the new titration of lime. Lasts for hours.
Yeah, they can stir it into their watered-down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they?
No. Not until the morning, at least.
Alright, well, I can live with that. What have you got on the other end?
Got plenty, long as they don't mind hippos.
Hypodermics? I feel like these baby shark types would get nervous around needles. You got anything they can inhale?
Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down. Our best seller.
Sounds great.
Unfortunately, it's in high demand, so...
Nirvana. Metahexphenyl... Oh my god, I'm so terrible pronouncing drug names. Is an illegal stimulant sold in black markets as a recreational drug under the street name Nirvana, sometimes shortened to Nerve. When taken as an inhalant, it is a euphoriant with mild hallucinogenic properties. In recent months, its growing popularity has led many to suspect that the drug is being assessed for legalization by the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight. The process of considering a drug for legalization is kept strictly confidential in order to prevent rampant speculation in the pharmaceutical market. However, increases in the sales of the precursor chemicals for making metahexphenyl seem to indicate that producers are anticipating its legalization nonetheless. The relative obscurity of said precursor chemicals has made the uptake particularly noticeable, and supply has not been able to keep up with this elevated demand. Possession, production of, use of, or trafficking in is a crime. Even when a drug is legalized, previous violations of narcotics law are not granted amnesty.
I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it.
Gladly.
Typing away at his tablet like this, he almost looks white-collar.
Checks out, right? The serial's legit, so... Yeah, man. You already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-tap purchase.
Dark card. The gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. It looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognized it is because they got flashed all the time back at my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. So what the hell's going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. An amenable market, spending money that's not our own, they should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? Interesting decor.
Finally, someone notices. It's nice, right? It's called cherrywood. Redid the paint myself with the finish I had imported.
It is a nice piece of furniture, Creek. But I was referring to your paperweight.
Oh, yeah, that. You like it?
Sure. It has a certain rustic simplicity, though it's not exactly gleaming. Have you considered giving it a polish?
That'd be a crime.
Oh.
Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-won prize.
Prize? It's not yours.
Something I picked up on the job.
A masculine voice, muffled, possibly gagged, and stifled as if pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight.
Really wish you'd left the music on, lady.
Sorry? You say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear a word you said.
Okay, that's okay. I didn't say anything. Guess you weren't so stupid you can't even mind your own business.
Speaking of my business, how are we looking?
The card's still processing.
Sorry about that.
Guess it takes time to snake a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power, too, apparently. Battery is plummeting. Dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth.
Definitely didn't do its previous owners any good, before I palmed it off his corpse.
Your boss must be a careful guy, delegating you to come down here with this.
Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like he'd ever know the difference.
Good on you, ripping off the bastard. A woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification, and we're golden. There a problem? Yeah, is there a problem?
No, no problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard.
And what's that?
That the Blue Bloods have gotten something special in recently.
Can't trust everything you hear out there. Or read, or see.
No, of course not. But is it true? A no mask?
Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to.
Come on, what could it even cost? A couple thousand?
I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. But I do know that it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent, but I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them. What's so special about it? I mean, them if they exist, which they don't. If you want a mask, you already got one on your chin, lady. State puts up cameras, we put on masks. State adds layered scans, we wear helmets. High-tech climbs higher, low-tech punches lower, back and forth up the escalators. But a no-mask's got tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock.
Anti-facial recognition, fractalized active defense. Any camera, scanner, or ad looks at that mask, they'll see a face. Within a face, within a face, within a face, until fatal error. Forget hiding from camera, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you could just walk down the busiest street in the city.
No, translated literally as ability, is a world-renowned form of Japanese dance theater with traditions and codified performances dating back to the 14th century. Strictly regulated by the Iamoto system, in which a single heir inherits all authority, mastery, and secret techniques of their predecessor, No's strict adherence to tradition and seniority have made it difficult for the practice to spread and flourish during the 21st century. Performers wear archetypal costumes and masks and must convey emotion through precise movement. Their masks are masterfully crafted such that a single static mask can convey sorrow, fury, joy, or terror by merely angling the head differently.
And brick every camera in half a kilometer.
You know your stuff.
Buyer beware.
But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easily.
So how much?
More than you can afford, that's for sure.
I don't know about that. I've got pretty nice stock options.
Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for. End of discussion.
Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for. But things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the backs of storage facilities. Merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck.
You weren't sent here on some errand. Shit. What is it? Take a long look, boys, because you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant. She's some kind of meg spy?
If I was, I couldn't exactly come out insane now, could I?
Oh, shit!
Is it really this easy?
Yeah, that's real smart talk. Now give me one reason I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall.
Because I still haven't paid for my purchase?
Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you that at some fancy uptown corpo school? Or was it something you were born with?
Something I was born with? Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honesty always speeds up the negotiation. So, in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too?
How's that?
You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you'd entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because I have something rare that you desperately need.
Don't assume desperation or need.
How about want? You want the dark heart account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds.
And why is that?
To steal from your bosses.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us.
Yes, I'm sure you have very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance, you want a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't misted me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So, the card for the mask.
Not even close.
The card plus 2 quarters worth of my salary. That's nearly...
Nah, sister, you don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for.
I don't like it, but... Not cash, then. Might as well try it. What about information instead?
I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel.
I could give you heartbreak.
What'd she say? Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country, at some Meg's beck and call.
Upgraded to anarcho-terrorist now? Ugh. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shorted the right stocks before each of his kills.
Hold up, seriously?
No. Why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily?
I don't get the joke. Why would we want heartbreak?
To learn from him, make an example of him, hire him. You blue bloods have been fighting the Rust, the Icaria, the state, and everyone who wants a peace for decades. Yet Heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him? Nothing you'd want to ask him? If he was sitting right in front of you? The following scene contains loud noises, flashes of light, depictions of violence and gore.
Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that.
Thought it was worth a try. Sorry, just procrastinating having to go back to my superiors empty-handed.
No, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card, it's just... that mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until...
Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about.
Getting pulled in every direction.
I know the feeling.
Well, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. She gonna buy or what, Creek?
Oh, I'm still buying. Not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is, we're gonna spike the competition at this meet and greet, make the customer think they're drooling idiots. The mask was always a long shot. I was just personally curious.
Curiosity can get you in trouble down here at the bottom of the world.
Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion.
I can see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please.
Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh, yeah. I make a snap with my right hand as my left extends towards the desk.
Oh boy. Viewer discretion advised.
Real quick, before I forget, do you have a bag for all this?
Yeah, actually. Got a few in the The hell?!
Only needed to distract him for a second.
Less than one heartbeat. Oh shit. Oh my god, Morgan!
I did tell him to mind the safety. The big one made a small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk out of his torso.
Holy shit!
He jumped up fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind, a motion, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in from his right. That instinct. He must have gotten used to those sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his biceps smack dully onto my shoulder, as I place my knife directly into his carotid. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Wait, is he really gonna try to pull it out?
Someone's been stabbed. What do? When applying first aid to a puncture wound, removing the foreign object is not recommended, as this can greatly increase the rate of blood loss. Holy shit. June with the 5, shot in the heart, and I'm to blame. Again, we're doing this again.
Another bad instinct. Oxygen cut off to the brain, already losing vision.
Love and life today, 235 with the $10. Let's go gambling! Heartbreak away! Right.
And dropped with all the grace of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves. Hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member, weakest in pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 20/20. The gun's double-barreled, 2 shots, spent. And Miller still has my knife in a literal death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. What the hell? Why not?
Holy shit! Morgan! Oh shit!
Though, come to think of it, how do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess.
Oh, fuck! Of the Devil, His Due, Episode 2. God damn! Oh, what a fucking awesome opener. Shit. No decap with the 2. Aim for the bleachers. Wait, the dancing notification on top of the head! that was a very funny placement. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Peteroid 11 with the 5. Home run! Okay, it's been an hour and 8 minutes. I kind of have to go to the bathroom a little bit, so I'm gonna take, like a brief, few minute break real quick to go to the bathroom, grab some water. We'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Before we did get into it, by the way, I did just want to say, because I've been thinking about it and I've been unable to stop thinking about it since, I think I am leaning further and further into the thought that I should cosplay Morgan at some point, because I don't know if you guys know this. If you don't follow my social media, you might not know. But I actually have some red in my hair right now, and I did take the opportunity to sort of lean into it a little bit. Just showing here. This is what I look like right now. Channel branding be damned. I'm not gonna update that shit for a dye job that I know isn't gonna last for that long. I'm not gonna get commissioned art done and everything. But I think I could pull it off. But anywho. Let's see. Okay. Just give me 1 second to take another drink of water. And let's go. Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebra and stopped dead. Still got the job done after a few whacks, but, well, it was my first time with a sword. And I've never been very good at anything the first time. I've always needed a lot of practice. Okay, the music should have deadened the sound of the gunfire. And the gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still has its tags, they can't possibly be functioning properly. So I've got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on.
God shit!
Wow, someone's lively.
You who the hell?
Some kind of mod keeping him alive. A cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp. Paralyzed.
There are rules. I thought...
Blood's pooling fast. You've got 4 minutes.
4 minutes? For what?
Everything.
You're no mega assassin. You're too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Gray Lady? Oh, that red shit of... You, the rust's newest rabbit dog? Caribou?
It's cute how you all give each other nicknames.
You're civilian?
Where's the mask?
What? Go to hell.
You just looked right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. Need your keys.
You're a civilian thief?
Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved.
So you're just out of your goddamn mind.
I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice, but do you really want to be rude?
You seem like you can take it.
The key clicks into the small safe and I pull out the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams and text, all printed in red. Is this important?
So considerate. Nah, just throw it anywhere.
Okay.
I was joking!
3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is, a gleaming darkness at the back of the safe.
So that's it. You. All of this. All of us. For that. Just for that?!
I get asked that question a lot. Would you feel better if I'd killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach, would it have hurt any less? You've still got more than 2 minutes. Plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face and for a brief moment the surface seems to rise. Master 30006 with the 10 evil women are gorgeous. True! Is it trying to adjust itself to me?
Suppose it makes sense. You want a mask so bad. If I was as hideous as you on the inside, I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hit a nerve? Must be the worst kind of feeling being seen. Seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you. Heartbreak. Yeah, big, bad, faceless heartbreak. I'm just a dumbass punk.
Don't flatter yourself.
What is it? The rest of his line?
But even I could make you out from...
Don't flatter yourself. It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking.
First honest thing you've said. So what gives, HBK? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories out the window. You go around killing 'cause your daddy smack you around? Your mommy not hug you enough?
My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. A sufficient amount.
So what the hell is your excuse?
I don't make excuses.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you prefer I just come over there and squeeze?
How many?
Another question straight out of the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread?
Fucking Dio Brando ass.
Never. Got a gluten thing, bitch.
Whatever. Point is, I'm not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want as often as I want to.
Do what thou wilt. Whole of the law, is that it?
Don't know what you're referencing. But from where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the mask back down to my face, and again its surface seems to shudder.
Forget it. At least I know. You deserve what's coming.
I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments, Creek. They're never that memorable.
Told you that mask was a death sentence. That it was spoken for. They called in a huntsman from overseas. Home turf. Huntsmen can become anyone. Go anywhere. Kill anything. Supposed to come over and slaughter the rust. That mask was part of his payment. We'd be looking for it.
Possession is 9/10 of the law.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Finders keepers.
Forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman. Hunter. Too much meaning. Lost. Always thought better translation was pelt taker. He'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin, and go and murder everyone you've ever... What a face. Should have taken you up on tipping out early. Anything beat dying staring at a face like that.
So, a huntsman coming to get me? Nah. The dead and the dying make for strong bluffers, and I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scuff things up a bit more. Make this look more like an orca shootout than, well, a visit from me.
Get it back.
Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything, so I'd never bother to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But I might have a need for a knife again shortly, so I'll be taking this back, Miller. I had to pry. Why is it that the dead are always grasping?
Captain Salty 733 with the $2. 7335, sorry. Goodbye, Creek. I'll miss your aura farming. Cover tracks.
The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned, but now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but I can make a strong educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with some heft to it. Skull.
See no evil. Jesus Christ. Jesus, Morgan.
Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. And the sword is fine where it is. Not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. That's all the burning issues addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove my gloves to convince them that I could use the dark card. That means I handled all the murder weapons with my bare hands. Obviously, I'll need to wipe my prints off this gun and my knife. but I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. So, what does that leave? Heads up, remember everything Morgan handled? Better try. The police don't miss fingerprints. If you're sure you've got everything, you're good to move on. Right? Focus. No mistakes. Damn, okay. Let's see. Okay. Ah, shit, that's right, the cigarette. That cigarette was in my mouth. Prints can be removed with a swipe of a sleeve, but saliva is... no choice. I'll have to take it with me and dispose of it somewhere far away. Or smoke it down to nothing, if I'm feeling masochistic. Tasted like microwaved sand sprinkled with aluminum and artificial sweetener. Cigarettes do scatter particulates. If forensics finds them but can't match them to a source, well, so what? All they'll know is that there was a horrible spliff here at one point. And it would be pretty funny to see this drawn up as a quadruple homicide drug robbery with a payload of exactly one shitty blunt. Let's see. Return keys. Right, the keys I took off him to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are going to find out I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All that's to say, you can have these back, Creek. This is the remote I used to distract the big guy. I need to wipe my prints off of it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, it was playing when I first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. And besides, what was it he said? We like it loud, screws with bugs. He was right about that much. A little smokescreen never hurts. The card. The dark card played its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off it, but I might be able to use it again if... it's stuck. Craig must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with the handling delicate electronics. No way I'm gonna risk taking the whole reader with me. It could have any number of pings and strings leading back to the manufacturer or even the Blue Bloods themselves. No, I'll wipe the dark card off and then set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Creek's pod mugged it off some slummer and we're trying in vain to get beer money off of it. Let's make sure that we don't miss anything at all. I think that's that corner covered. Yeah, the sword. The sword. I gripped the handle with both hands when I brought it down on his neck. Thinking back, I dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? Shit, probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... No, forget about it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from a modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bobbies. Oh, wait. Fickle bobbies. Was she referencing the fucking fidget tubbies again? Okay. I think... I'm making, like, so dead-ass certain, like, I'm mousing over everything, and I don't think I'm missing anything. Because I can't afford to miss anything. This is pretty tense, honestly. Yeah, I'm not feeling anything over there. Obviously nothing on the ceiling. Where's the... Was it not back? So I was thinking about the drawer too. Okay, yeah, that was the advance button that made that noise. Let's see.
I really yeah. The fact that it doesn't tell you when you've looked at everything is like it messes with me. I think that should be everything though, because I genuinely cannot find anything else to mouse over that it's not picking up. Like, I am running my mouse all over the place. You can use AutoFinder. Oh yeah. Well, I'm hitting control and nothing appears to be appearing, so I would think that means nothing, unless it's just disabled for this one, but yeah, I don't think so. Okay, then if that's the case, hold up. Okay. As a tip warning, the check button it shows at the bottom doesn't hide any interactables from you, so it does spoil whether you're done in these scenes. I see. Okay. I can't exactly spend all night on this. Am I good here? Does think again just bring you back to the investigation? Yeah, it does. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't gonna do one of those things like in the prologue when it's like you hit the thing and it comes up with something new. Okay, call it here then. Yeah, okay. This feels like the scene's been set. It's a strange sensation, erasing your own presence. A sense of supremely private accomplishment, like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle, and then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells god-awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit, scents full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at risk of getting sick, if it weren't for all the blood. Right. Damn. Artless3438 with the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. What to do with you? Blindfolded, gagged, hands bound above him with plastic ties and linen wrappings, beaten, bloody, and drugged. These syringes. They wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kinds of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do, under these circumstances. He must have wished for death at least once during all of this torture. Too bad. The bat that barred this door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize this room was locked from the outside. If this captive had somehow gotten his hands on a blade, there'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will still want someone to blame for the deaths of all four of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up on trial for the world to see. They'll wrap things up for me. Hold that for me. As for the gun... What's with the... All I did was tuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay. I can see how that would be distressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Out again already? Rest up while you can. When you wake up, you'll want to start running. (3:35 p.m. August 14th, 2086). Oh shit! The day before my birthday. Crazy. How old would I be in 2086? If I lived to 2086. Let's see. Oh, okay. It's possible that I could live to 2086. I'd have to really hold on. But it's possible. I'd be 90 years old. But anyway, let's see. Like I practiced. Irasse!
Pardon?
Keep working on it, kid.
Bar Kintsugi.
Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee.
Oh, is this where Sarah works now? That's so fun.
How's it working out?
It is she, right? Never worked this close to an ad before.
She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued.
She's fine. Good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. This is the place with the android bartender? They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine.
I didn't know you had a younger crowd.
Funny. What's that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Just cheap out on her base installs. It's like I have to teach her everything.
Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah.
Sarah! Date of birth, August 29th. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 199.99 kilograms. Blood type, UAD. Occupation, paralegal. Apprentice, Kintsugi. Likes split field diopter, Wing Chun, folding clothes. Dislikes mops, fire alarms, variety packs. Useless talent. I can do a full split, but that is not useless. Favorite quote, as you think, so shall you become. Confession, I tried to use Adonai's makeup and broke a lipstick. Oh, baby! Oh, no! Oh, jeez.
But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. Once she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time.
Keep it up. I didn't have to do the favor of hiring her, you know.
Favor?
Plenty of people out here who'd kill to work in an up-and-coming bespoke establishment like Bar Kitsugi.
I think I hear them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day, indefinitely, but their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during that downtime, ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all, but Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't on the books. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realize exactly how shortchanged I was in our paralegal agreement. She's handy for research and rote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. It was one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting this bar up and running. Takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy.
Yeah, loan, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and out. She does the work, cleans the bathrooms. She's the employee.
If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits.
Not in my current income bracket. I checked 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you?
It's not a paycheck.
Don't lawyer me on this shit.
Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person.
She walks like a person and talks like a person and works like a person.
The Supreme Court disagrees. By 13-0.
Yeah, well, Supreme Courts have been wrong about all kinds of things before, haven't they? Do I hear,
Touché. Sarah, tell Boss here what you spent your salary on. Reinhardt Boss Diamante. Date of birth, June 15th. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Blood type, A positive. Occupation, owner-operator, Kintsugi. Likes libraries, boating, fast learners. Dislikes marketing, solicitors, signing things. Collects ancient coins. Pet peeve, web pages that take too long to load. That's right! And don't mention speed at which Kintsugi's site loads. Oh no! I love you. I've started purchasing cases of wine.
Wait, what? Wait, that's what those deliveries were?
As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase, especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense, but if I stay up to date in the I forget how you pronounce that word, sommelier, reviews.
So you'll resell the wine at a profit, and what'll you do with that money?
Stop it, you're making her depressed.
I did also purchase a cachet of sheet music.
What? What for?
Practice.
You're muttering. Forget it, none of my business. Speaking of business, the place isn't exactly packed.
Sommelier? Yeah, I think so. Or sommelier. Or, yeah, something like that.
Well, you're volunteering to help with that? There are lawyer bars, right? Right? Where all the lawyers go after trials? Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar.
Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse, though.
Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what-ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all this stress on my stomach. Sarah, 10 bar.
What are you buying, stranger?
What was that?
Boss has been teaching me his barside manner. He says that his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here.
And so you're using a deeper voice?
Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order.
It's a pretty nice place. I like it.
Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash, after I'm done reading.
Sirius debuts new fuel named in new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career when they announced that they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-sized freighters. Only a few days later, they made headlines again when that patent was leaked to the global net. Now Proteca, an investment firm and longtime financial backer of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging not only that Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investment, but actually allowed the leak to occur. We sat down with Dr. Sirius to ask them to respond to the suit's allegation and to question them about their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you're not plugged into an outlet, you're running on a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from a number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. The wells were pumped dry years ago, so after we were forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen has become the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane I took to get here runs on hydrogen. It produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? The problem is that the laborers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid that if the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. What makes helium superior? The helium-2 fuel we've developed is not pure helium, to be clear, but near enough. Unlike hydrogen fuels, what we've created is non-combustible. You could fire a flamethrower over a tank of it and remain perfectly safe. How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? He2 is non-combustible, but in the presence of our specialized catalyst, it can be ignited to generate force comparable to, or in some tests superior to, the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. What's the catch? So far, it's expensive to distill, and the catalyst materials are even more expensive to produce. We have yet to even simulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. That's a pretty serious catch. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Things panned out for the steel tycoons just fine. Are you hoping for someone else to do that? Improve upon your process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer is yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve upon what we've built. That's essentially what Proteca has accused you of doing, isn't it? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it? I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and summarize Proteca's lawsuit against me in my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You'll never have a monopoly of it. And since it's infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough time, scale, trend to zero. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say that there are people who don't like that very basic math. I'm going to stop you there because you're getting into our next topic, your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. Are you or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? Laughs. No. Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yes. So why is it that you're so frequently invoked as an example of the liberal bias in the sciences? Science is not political. Science is progress, moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics, and that process will never be conservative. Science doesn't move backwards. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret as you like. What's not open to debate is this. What makes something science has nothing to do with who works on it. It has nothing to do with class or power or money or even majority rule. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it. And so science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that because of that, science has a bias against them, then that speaks only to their own politics and not the failings of the scientific community to log into your Review Plus account with your passkey or net provider to finish reading this article and see so much more. Goddamn. Oh boy. Atropos the $2. Science is apolitical. Lol. LMAO. Anyway, literally, I was like, yeah, okay. Okay.
For a pop-sci figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny they seem to be making progress with new kinds of fuels or renewable energy.
Hold on, I'll show that I have reading comprehension. Could be future other game character foreshadowing, considering there's another game in this universe. I mean, maybe. Although I don't... Is that one still being actively... I can't remember. I don't think so. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, model employee is finished, which I still need to play at some point. Anyway, sorry, let me focus on this. Oh, okay, you meant that there could be more games. Well, I mean, you know, that's looking far in the future, I suppose, but I understand. I mean, God, it's gonna make me feel stupid if I get it wrong. Jeez. But, I mean, considering... I mean, obviously, since all fossil fuels are gone, I would assume renewable energy.
More sources of renewable energy. Yay. Could have solved that issue a century ago if we kept boiling water with uranium, but I guess that's why it's a bigger deal that Sirius is developing new fuels.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, you got me again. Okay.
Please don't throw that datapad out. Its owner might come back.
Perish the thought. Though now that you planted the idea into my head.
A self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah. It's not, you know, like, it was fuel, though I also mixed it up, so don't feel bad. I just, yeah, I guess I focused in a little bit too hard on the fossil fuel thing in particular, but... Because I thought that was just, like, a little bit surface level, I suppose, but I guess I got it backwards. It's okay.
Ryan must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded, or already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling in here starts to grime up, could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast.
Hold on just a second. Oh, okay. I really like just the overall lighting here. Cat?
It's a lucky cat. Yeah.
Grown-ass woman.
Did you say something, Adonai?
No,
I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say.
don't know what you're talking about.
As you say.
Peruse.
It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee, too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambiance, soft lighting, warm on a chill night and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is wait for customers to stream in. Any day now. Think I'm ready to order.
Of course.
No, I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit. No,
No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them.
then pretend to clean them, like a normal employee.
Understood.
What's got you so tense?
Take a wild guess.
Did Sarah ask for a raise?
Be serious, Red. What happened last night?
Your information was accurate, for the most part. A pot of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seems they were told to sit on it.
And were they willing to sell?
Nope. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled Meg, and kicked my butt out the door.
They weren't curious where you got your information from?
Honestly, no. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they heard my offer.
Were they expecting more company?
I got the impression that they had work to get back to.
Okay. Anything else I should know?
Nope.
Anything you want to ask me?
How did you two meet?
The tables.
On my second day, you told me not to overpolish them, in order to keep things loppy.
Lo-fi.
Is it that inappropriate of a question? You've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Adonai didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship at Masters in it.
If you're going to tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead.
How we met, huh? Well, that story is,
Not very good. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reinhardt a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed?
It's not illegal to gamble.
I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous, masked ball, cult vibe blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at.
guilty.
So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours without so much as your phone.
You gotta turn me in.
Ugh, Morgan.
Irasai! Or is it more firm? Irasai.
Two firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits with shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins.
More emphasis on the ra.
Oh, thank you.
I think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived.
Go on.
Please excuse me then.
Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Diamani?
God, I noticed that too. Shades slick. Shades slick. Fucking Homestuck. God damn it. Jesus Christ. Don't bleed on the suits. God damn it.
Pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. If you'd come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt. Will we look like petty landlords to you? If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel and deal. How about you? We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. Well? That name ring any bells, Mr. Diamani? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure.
Sorry. Had something blaring in my ear, bud. I'm a Morgan, Esquire, specifically. How can I be of service? Oh my god, you guys hear that fucking plane? That was crazy loud. Hold on, just waiting for it to pass. It'll distract me. Okay. I think that's probably good. I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card, somewhere.
We're not interested in that.
Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you'd come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for...
You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know.
Business day's over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow?
Does it look like it can?
Great manners, this one. Time sensitive, then? My rate will have to reflect that.
Send us the bill. We can afford it.
Music to any lawyer's ears. So, who's we, then?
You think you're funny?
Compared to you.
Morgan! These fine gentlemen are from House Icaria.
On occasion, information you went out of your way to collect in previous episodes will unlock new dialogue. It pays to stay informed. Ooh, that's fun. I quite like that.
I'm familiar.
You are?
I've seen their name in the papers. Plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night, so maybe that propaganda's working.
Doesn't matter how generous they are at galas, they're still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city.
Rich and powerful. Why bother with the criminal qualifier?
True!
Sorry, might I ask about the nature of this engagement? The situation's developing, Mr. Diamante. We appreciate your patience. That's not what you want to hear.
So I gathered.
Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am.
For business, or...
The Icaria are always business. Shall we get you your coat?
Such gentlemen knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine, though.
Adonai? What's going on? Are you going somewhere?
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
These men are very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you.
If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know.
Call me when you get there, yeah?
If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought.
Boss, who were those men, really?
New clients for Morgan, really. Hopefully.
Hopefully?
Yeah, hopefully. Because if House Icaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like.
But what do you mean by house?
Alright, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, might as well try to teach.
Start
Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area, so never use crushed, okay? Starts to melt into the liquor, waters the whole thing down.
Understood.
1.5 ounces of vodka, and what do we look for in a good vodka?
Smoothness.
Correct. It's the mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility, you know what that is?
Historically, the ruling class is enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familial relations.
Juice of a full lime. Look for a little spring and a consistent color across the skin. Nobility. Old money is another word for it. And the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you could accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like. Then you get new money, which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances shave away at any generational wealth. That's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other.
Doesn't new money eventually become old money?
If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Tried to make the transition, join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages, laugh at the bad jokes.
Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right.
Not the kind of... Excuse me. Not the kind of bad I'm talking about.
I don't understand.
That's alright. You shouldn't need to know.
But what do you mean your family was new money?
Times changed. About 30 years ago, recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cool man's investment opportunity. So while everyone else was panic selling off everything they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying, for pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel from that lime. As shallow as possible. Any white you see... As shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter.
Sorry, I thought we were just transitioning into the other topic again. So I changed my inflection when I didn't need to.
1 ounce of gin.
Gin. Jesus Christ. Gin.
They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with.
New money?
A new kind of new money. The new nobility. Neo-ability, if you're thinking of writing a think piece.
Derogatory slang for nouveau rich families and their networks. Slang term for the nouveau rich, new money families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility, or even as second estate, that administers global power alongside the first, governments, and third, corporations. Users also frequently searched for, who are nobility families, how to marry into wealth, define nouveau.
Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons. When the governments of the world tried to re-privatize the industries that had taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. And they started at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Icaria. Or that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade as the Icaria cartel. Drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and murderers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on tight, then shake.
So they're a crime family? Like the mob?
This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Ikari is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. You're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city, on paper.
But not in practice?
Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty. Haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards in years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscle is atrophied. Time for a taste test.
Oh, wait, I can...
That's not right at all. The hell did I forget?
Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times?
Yeah.
So what did the Icaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then?
Stupid. Most important ingredient. Drops of grenadine.
This Umi Neko-ass background.
The Lady Maria.
What?
No! You can't just... It's beautiful.
The fucking Maria. Jesus Christ, guys. Fucking Brian. That was a good one. You got me. I saw the trim and immediately thought of the Meta World borders in Umineko, and then you hit me with the fucking 1-2 punch. Well, also just the photo with the filter is also very reminiscent of, the original Umineko backgrounds as well. I assume this was all fucking intentional. Jesus.
This is nothing. We'd use a frosted glass if this was for a customer. Looks like a ruby, in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Icaria, don't let the warmth of their golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold.
Ooh, good line. God, I like him. I like him a lot. He's like quickly climbing the ranks character-wise. I quite like him. 4:03 p.m. Ooh. Okay. Really good environmental work here. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them, not even passively. So instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways that this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley.
Scrubinopti with the 5. Now that you're invested in the world and story, we can haymaker you with references. The devs, probably.
I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they've placed their attention on me. And there's little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also not a big fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here?
We're too late. Only by a few minutes. They filled the time slot. Already? We've got no chance of... Maybe if his other meeting went well.
Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room?
Quiet!
I take it he's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here?
You can take photos if you like, so long as you're quiet.
Really?
No, your phone won't work in here.
Go figure. If I weren't hyper-aware of the flickering sky hanging over my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. But those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they'd spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees, they'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe. But my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault that they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. Fun fact, before they fixed it, there was a bug where sometimes the fish would float out of the pond and all over the place. Well, there you go. PSS Proposition City ahead of next month's convention. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Mathings expected to face significant opposition from party outliers before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for a supposed lack of sufficient convention security. The city has already approved a record-high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks, but a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing that the cops are dying in the lower wards. When are city officials going to say enough is enough? Said Demico head of press relations Arthur Gall. We have utmost respect for all first responders. None of us are blaming the hardworking police for these failures. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they tried to apprehend criminals with our hands tied behind their back? With our one hand tied behind their back. Sorry. Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics. And any of the subhuman scum who empathize with anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basements once we get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. Ooh, boy. Woo! That's a tone! City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask whether they'd be issuing a request for proposals on such services. The total city population is expected to swell next month as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of the 2-week-long process. Most of the community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism the convention is expected to bring, but some, who refused to give their permission to publish their identifying info, rudely and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago? It's a joke, and we're the punchline. Footing the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers. This article is presented to you advertiser-free thanks to the contributions of our generous donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Ronald McGill of the McGill Foundation for the Arts and Sciences, the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting, and readers like you. Thank you! The Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting.
Interesting. Please sign in to read the rest.
I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever, I got the important part. The city is hosting that convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on hiring mercenaries, supporting a candidate. It's a contested convention. Mathings is the incumbent and front runner, but if he doesn't get a show of support from the locals, it'll have as much impact as a fly on a windshield. The city council's much more concern to those private security mercs. Salesmen trying to convince them that the city needs even more armed men playing on their phones to be truly safe. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate. That was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he is willing to stomach, against how many favors he feels like giving out. This country is already a circus without any bread. You'd think the least they could do is make the performances entertaining. What was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards anyway? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing, even when pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Ah, wait, shit.
Okay, well...
I don't know why I clicked that absentmindedly. It's whatever.
The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. It might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine them themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. Well, I've looked around at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking.
What are you... Hey!
Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. Oh.
Stop staring and get a move on.
That's the kind of man walking out of this place. Who's waiting for me inside? "4:09 p.m. Icaria Tower, residential floors, Grand Hall. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason I thought that the Mafia, of all people, would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? That even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all?
She's the one? Doesn't look like much.
Suddenly their posture stiffens even further, a true feat. Their necks subtly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving.
Be still. The young master returns.
Mm-hmm. Oh, child.
You're late.
Hold on. Wait.
Young master, sir,
Everyone slow down.
We came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was...
This is just some sassy lost child.
Nice One Punch Man line. June with the 2. Oh no, he is Kenzo.
Silence.
Yes, sir.
What time were you told to return by?
4 o'clock, sir.
And what time is it now?
Permission to check my phone.
You're late. You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, you'll speak when I tell you to, and not one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed, by way of curbside.
Is this a prank? Am I being recorded?
He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu.
Please let this be a prank.
And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred.
If the lead up to my execution is some kid reading from Art of War, I might just...
What is the number one rule in this family? Timeliness, sir! When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So say I.
Oh, God.
So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time, again, expect to be dragged through hell.
I am already there.
Now both of you get out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You, Red Woman, you're being addressed.
Forget pride, I just want this over with as fast as possible.
You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer.
As fast as possible. Peter 811 with the 5. That's nice, kid. Can we talk to your dad, Sue, instead? K-Girl 10101 with the 2. Am I being punked right now? I am a lawyer. Morgan, criminal defense. Mr... How should I address you?
As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto, of House Ikaria. You, Morgan Criminal Defense, have the great honor of being summoned before me.
Jesus Christ. Makoto Ikaria. Date of birth, February 27th. Height, 146 centimeters. Weight, such impudence. Blood type, A negative. Occupation, heir apparent, unemployed, student. Likes biographies, shogi, amber. Dislikes tardiness, tarnish, group assignments. Favorite figures, Saladin, Sun Tzu, Hannibal! Favorite phrase by Victus, woe to the conquered, relaxes by building, painting models. Jesus Christ. Kirby with the 5. I swear if I see one more Makoto in any murder mystery adventure. Oh my god.
Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do.
Right. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here.
Oh. I'll have them kneel on a bed of nails later or some such thing. Mrs. Defense?
Mrs., really?
The house has need of your legal services.
Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. Right then, so you want to hire me?
One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him.
You want to hire me, and I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Like a random page in a phone book?
I have many books on my phone, libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific.
Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is that this is House Ikaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you.
True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied.
That's it? They're all just preoccupied?
Preoccupied means busy.
Thanks. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was...
Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Mrs. Defense? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about?
Normally it wouldn't matter. But when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies.
No doubt you have other questions? Very well. I'll permit you to ask them.
Such a gentleman. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job. Meaning all of this, starting back at the bar, this has all just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here.
An oasis of old-world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores, is what the house elders say.
I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class.
My family's reputation is power, not class.
I'd take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines I read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Others think you've left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family.
Are you expecting me to ask you what you think?
What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests.
We're financiers.
You don't say.
Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. The Ikaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago, loaning funds as high risk and high reward. But as you can see, our results speak for themselves.
The Ikaria Financial Group is a private investment company and one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers as of 2086. We believe that investing should be accessible. Oh yeah, the fucking switch over to we believe. God, the way that information is handled in this world is so. We believe that investing should be accessible to anyone, and that's best accomplished by tailoring their investment portfolio to suit their specific needs. Interested in working with us? Let's get started on your profile below so we can determine your options. Remember, even if you unfortunately aren't a good fit for IFG itself, we'll always be happy to set you up with one or more of our partners that are better suited to your class. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account.
Ikaria Financial Groups? Fancy way of saying they got their start as mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardroom tiers of society. You gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream?
No. Through Aria, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. And yes, we did found the Renogen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue.
Renogen? They're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you've no relation to Renogen presently?
The company went public years ago, and Aria divested our shares not long after. We were given 1 seat on the board as a formality. That's the extent of it.
Given? A family like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word. He's downplaying your pull within Renogen.
Oh no. One of the cute little ears on my Kuromi slippers got fucked up. So sad. I don't know why I did that. The other one's fine. Anyway, sorry, I was just feeling around down there because I have my knees drawn up in my chair. And yeah, I was like, well, no. K-Girl 10101. 10101. Jesus, I keep saying it and then thinking I said too many ones there. With the 5. Capitalism dystopia, but is pro-LGBT, so. Oh yes, we do so love our rainbow capitalism. Philip with the 10. Welcome back, Mercy. Can't watch since I'm setting up for New Year's and I want to avoid the devil spoilers, but I hope your holiday has been great. Can't wait for more Fate next week. Thank you, Philip. I hope your holiday has been going great, too. You can just say K-Girl. Okay. I appreciate it.
Then the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto. And more than a little vague.
It's only polite.
It's unnecessary. Talking to your lawyer.
You aren't my lawyer, Mrs. Defense, but you will be working for me. So you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second.
He's deflecting. And if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as Renogen has no relation to anything that happens in this city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you...
I'm the only son of Raphael Ikaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Ikaria, CEO of the Ikaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family, and chairman of the house.
I gathered that those titles are all one and the same.
As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family's servants is my responsibility, and my birthright.
So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you?
When our loyal men, women, and their families need help, it's my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of.
And your age?
What a boorish question! I knew that peasants raised outside our stratus had little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed that one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I'm younger than some does not mean that I am any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, man?
Sir, no, sir!
You definitely command their respect.
That's no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton.
That's so interesting.
This is an important point. Perhaps another quote's called for.
I don't think that's necessary.
I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they've grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, then they will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu.
Back to back.
Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance. If only to emphasize to you that no one stays useless to House Ikaria for very long. One way or another. One way or another.
I'll admit, I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator and into your enclosure out there.
The gardens? Yes, our groundskeepers work hard on them.
Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording of somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That'd take quite the equation.
It's impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutiae in front of me at the moment.
That's okay.
Of course it is. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep.
It's your exterior and your decorations.
What does it matter anyway? If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with the contracting firm.
That's all right. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of the House of Ikaria, really, but legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery?
Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this nut allergy you allude to.
That's so sweet of you. But do all of these guards really need to be present for this conversation?
If you're referring to the additional security, it can't be helped, circumstances being what they are.
Circumstances? Snob3930 with the $5. Give Makoto Umineko in a tea-aged leatherback and he will never stop talking about it. I feel like you'd be like, yo, this Erika Furuto character is awesome. she's so intelligent and logical.
And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be light-headed if you think that you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house.
He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto.
Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says
Buddha.
Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. But I should make it clear in this case that I was using the quote to subtly imply that you are stingy with your own graciousness.
Got it. Yep. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide?
Multiple homicides.
Tell me more.
My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence.
That's the fucking picture! Oh, you fucked up! You fucked up bad! Oh, Morgan.
Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this that peanut allergy you mentioned?
No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the cities wants to pay me to prove a man's innocence of a crime I framed him for. Right then, might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. Peter Red with 11 with the $5, and after interacting with Tasky Maiden. And K-Girl with the 10. If I had a nickel for every person I defend for the murders I committed, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Oh, man. 11 Life Today with a 5. It sure sucks to be a lawyer, don't it, Morgan? Oh, yep.
Although the first one, at least, was intentional on her part, but this is, yeah.
This whole city is our territory, but it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly.
Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken, or by whom?
It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability.
I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing...
is beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous.
Of course they are, but don't... Oh, wait. Of course they are, but don't worry, I'm confident that I can...
To think they want to pin 5 murders on him!
5. Did you say 5?
Yes, 5! It's absurd!
I can only take credit for 4 bodies.
Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers.
A dead cop? Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean, one of their officers? Was there a UC, or...
No, they made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest, as if a member of our house would fear prison.
I should have never dared to think I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto, and the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence?
Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria. The Hound. I've known him for all of my life.
All 3 or 4 years of it?
There's no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy, and not once have I ever known him to be...
violent?
Impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job.
About that. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto.
But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you. More than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more.
Not everything is a question of money.
Yes. Your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city, as can our wrath.
I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 Blue Bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this hand out. They'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose. Period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sosuke's case.
You say that as if it were ever in doubt.
A true prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun into this Sosuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. Morgan is my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks.
You should have enunciated!
"4:41 p.m. In transit. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What'd you think was gonna happen? Yeah, all good news. I've got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. I got work for her to do. There'll be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Hey. Were any of the jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true?
What? Is this some kind of honeypot?
Trying to get a grasp on something.
No, I know you're baiting me. World's easiest, that's what she said layup. I still basket that shit though, I don't give a fuck.
Why do you make everything so hard?
Come on. Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit.
I have no idea what you are talking about.
Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though?
I'm working a case for the Icaria, whom I assume you've heard of.
Definitely.
Under circumstances that are probably vulgar,
Absolutely.
which you'd be happy to brag about to me.
Anytime.
But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know about whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards.
Why? Do you like not getting paid lots of money?
I don't like being chained.
Fair enough. So, you're like, just asking for my advice? The aura loss is incredible.
Not going to attempt to parse that.
I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable.
It was very basic non sequitur, Auntie. It just wasn't funny.
Not even. A non sequitur would be like, what's the charge?
That's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts.
Meh.
Captain Salty with the $5. I can imagine Makoto seeing Kraus and being like, yes, a fellow man of business and vision. Nothing wrong with your ventures, sir. This kid, I was going to compare him to Kraus earlier too, but I stayed my tongue.
You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with their lawyers. It's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around, telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pinned multiple homicides on. It's obviously not anyone important.
I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people.
Nah, pinned as in stuck with. Like a chore. Powerful people. Mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is you don't have to think twice about trading them off.
Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then.
Yep, you uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen, actors, singers, celebs, they all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy.
Everyone wants what they can't have.
Okay, chill, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, motherfucker.
What?
All I'm saying is there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made. Between the rich and famous. And the rich and infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms. Negotiating appearance fees. Taking my 30%.
30%? You really are shameless.
That's what she said.
Alright. Thanks as always for the sage counsel.
Hey, if you're feeling really grateful, do me a solid and call your rents. They said they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. If you're bored enough to talk to me.
They're the ones who are busy.
Morgan. Morgan. You make me so sad, girl. 5:04 p.m.
Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene, and I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer.
Oh, I heard you. I'm
just not interested in wasting my breath responding.
I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here?
Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently.
Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza.
That's a very dated word.
You'd really prefer I call you an orca?
I prefer you give up and leave.
What are you talking?
I'm sure they told you I've been softened up. That they'd broken me and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you. But the Hound of Ikaria doesn't heal.
Cool.
Sosuke, I'm gonna repeat myself plainly and slowly because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer.
Right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now.
I'd misspeak too if I lost as much blood as you. Morgan, Esquire, I'll be representing you from here on out.
Sosuke, of House Ikaria.
Sarah, paralegal and bartender.
You're very young to have 2 jobs, or 10 bar.
Well, it's only part-time.
Right.
So tell us, Sosuke of House Ikaria, what is your routine? You look very fit.
My... what? Are you asking about... do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD? NPM?
I'm in private practice.
You mean you're not...
A mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere.
There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these.
It's very sweet of you to...
They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into...
Makoto thought differently.
The young master? You've seen him? How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed?
He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last time I checked.
Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and if the young master's spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into.
I'm already in it, Sosuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with.
Very well. What do you want to know?
So far, all I know about you is your first and last name.
It's a very important last name, but I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing that you should know is that I'm not worthy of it.
Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions?
I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, 4th son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name of Ikaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong service to the main family.
Sounds like a great deal.
Lifelong? How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant?
There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children.
Don't be absurd. I'm what you call a bodyguard. And from the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the air with my life.
From the time you were able to walk? There are a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards?
All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time.
You mean like in family photographs?
Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. The house has given me everything I've ever had and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt that I owe them.
You view your relationship with your family as a transaction?
It's not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty.
Right. So, if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I'm an eternal servant for a living..."
I'd say that my name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I work as a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group.
Date of birth, August 23rd. Height, 192 centimeters. Weight, 97 kilograms. Blood type, AB negative. Occupation, head of personnel security, Ikaria Group. Likes whetstones, paperbacks, and matcha. Dislikes the opera, wasabi, and insects. Favorite author, Alexandre Dumas. Coffee, cafe americano. Sorry. Default status, non-work related messages will be blocked. Scrubbing with the 5. Wet dog Kiryu. He's so scrunkly.
And what does that entail exactly?
I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all his security teams.
Nice to properly meet you.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And I'm Sarah. Paralegal and bartender, part-time.
Yes, I believe you already mentioned that.
It seemed like we were all doing it twice.
Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah.
And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor.
What do you mean?
It seems in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being sarcastic.
Glad we've all broken the ice. Makoto told me that this was all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened?
It was 2 p.m. The young master just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower, floor 108.
2 p.m.? He wasn't in school?
I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He's a child. Anyone can see that. But you've no idea the pressures that have been placed on him.
Whatever my client wants.
As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard.
It was a trap.
A 50-51. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. He just lost the coin flip when he decided to exit.
Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding. Comms were jammed. I'd reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to, on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable.
You left the kid?
I picked him up over my shoulder.
Oh, well, that sounds like fun.
House, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name's dignity, and
Kids are tougher than you think. I think he'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator? I take that's when things...
Yes. I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a tarped doorway. At my 7 o'clock, one tall, one thin. Tall was around 190 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say 100 kilograms at the mods. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, but slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so he couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilos. They had needle guns, slow to fire and slow to take effect. A memorable choice. Taller one shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. A bad habit usually favored by street slinger punks who were used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Thin lines up his shot properly. Laser sight dialed in on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought. But all they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I hear a click from 8 o'clock, turn my neck, and feel a weight punch into my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. And that's when I squeeze.
Squeeze?
He's talking about his mods.
That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex or pull or hold. I squeeze. Akita, Type 2, external thoracic booster. Some burst strength and pain-killing capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15 in hindsight. And makes it feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds, once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the door shut myself. Shut myself, Jesus Christ. Taking 3 more needles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling on my lip, then cold concrete scratching my cheek.
Alright, Sasuke. So you were guarding Makoto. These men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, failed. Then they take you instead?
Yes, to my great shame.
You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What is there to be ashamed of?
But I didn't see it coming.
You're saying that this has happened before?
Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force.
I knew their tactics, and I knew our vulnerabilities. Yet still, I failed.
Sosuke, that is
Not incorrect.
Adonai.
Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least one shot off before being taken down?
Shot? What do you mean, shot?
You were not carrying a firearm?
No. No one on the team had guns.
How's that?
None of us on the security team had firearms with us.
But you're a gangster.
I'm a head of personnel security for the Acadia Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent.
And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack?
I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun.
Oh.
I had my sword.
So lame.
So cool.
You walk around town with what? A samurai sword?
You just assume that it's a katana?
Is it?
Yes. It's a signifier of my position within the house and shows that I'm acting as a representative of it.
I have a feeling I know what blade that is. Oh, man. Oh, man. Morgan. Morgan.
Is it ceremonial then?
No, it's quite sharp.
I can attest to that.
Yeah, yep, yes, it's that one.
No, it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how this city's police manhandle everything else they touch.
Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and took you to the lower wards. Why?
I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless?
As a hostage, she means.
I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me.
What do you remember?
Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what order it happened in, it's all.
Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers.
Yeah, trying to tap around like, what do you remember?
I was bound. My wrists bound above my head, tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. And tiles beneath my feet. Some kind of bathroom or decontamination area.
Good guess.
They asked me questions. I said things, loose lips like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks. The taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course.
I wouldn't have guessed.
Adonai, do you need corrective lenses?
Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah.
Lost opportunity?
Yeah. It's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized.
Ridiculous.
Is he blushing?
I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it's his only strong feature.
Let us move on.
Really? Well, in that case. How did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping?
I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions, mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me, heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually, there was talk. Through the door, I heard they were talking to someone else.
A new voice? Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft?
It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who was there last night.
Did you make out any part of their conversation?
No, not a word. But there was a loud noise. Gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds.
And then?
A hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hand. In my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings. Rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. But I cut them loose, then took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight I cut it rather than try, and the damn thing must have been acting as a bandage, because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought that my head had split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could just lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking at me. Something tucked into my waistband.
The gun.
A gun. Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety, the chamber, reflexively, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance, some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. No, wait. Some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. Omitting some strong language.
I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured, but then you woke up armed and were able to escape?
The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd.
This is your world, Sasuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened?
Only 2 possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, 1 or more of my captors wanted to kill me but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They give me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, and kill them all.
That'd be quite the feat given the condition you were in.
Yes, a tale for the ages.
But it's not possible.
Why isn't it possible?
Even if he had the motive and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking the knife I took out Miller with. I put it right into Sasuke's hands after wiping my prints off, and he just told us how he used it to cut himself free. No, Sasuke had everything he needed to take out Creek's pod, except... In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're a highly qualified bodyguard, Sasuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets.
Oh, sorry. I thought I thought this was just gonna be another, like, branching, like, let's go through all of the options and talk about the different, you know, the qualities of all of these. But no, it was just an actual question. Whoops!
No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both of its shots.
But then, if we tell the police that the gun wasn't loaded, wouldn't that clear Sosuke's name for 2 of the murders?
There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it.
She's right. That gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it'd leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it.
How about that second possibility, then?
The second possibility is that someone walked into that building, killed my captors, and then tried to frame me for it.
That...
Sounds like lunacy.
When we've already... we've already eliminated... God damn it. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. What is it?
I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it.
I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell.
A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty.
You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty?
Because I've killed before.
A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger rises slightly. My lips part. Was I expecting this? Stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean...
Yes. I was in the military.
Okay.
I've taken lives. Many times.
That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders.
I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change that fact.
But soldiers...
Are you a soldier, Sarah?
No?
So drop it.
She's good at following orders. It can take years to acquire that skill.
I imagine it comes easy for androids.
Yes, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android?
Did you miss the glowing barcode?
And ignore my self-introduction?
Look, I'm tired. I thought those were
highlights or something.
Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually...
Was there something you wanted to say, Sosuke? If I recall correctly, you can tell what a prompt does by the way it reacts to... Oh, by the way it reacts to your mouse. If it moves, gets bigger, it's an advance the combo choice. If they stay the same, it's the go through them all kind. Okay, interesting. I didn't think about that, but thank you for the clarification.
I've taken lives before, and so I know how I feel afterwards. Then,
And how do you feel right now?
right now I feel,
What is it? You remember something?
yes. After I stepped out that door, I said I saw red, but I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cops said they say I killed. How did he die?
Stabbed through the back with a sword, skewered like a piece of goddamn meat.
Hi, Reyes. Hi, Reyes.
Have you got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital?
I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request.
I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said?
Not right now, Sparky. Reyes, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking.
Oh, save the lecture, gray hair. Kasim London.
May 5th, 186 centimeters, 78 kilograms, B positive, homicide detective first class, likes duct tape, mascara, of course he likes mascara, and oak, dislikes parking lots, ties, and honeydew, the best at finding new restaurants, commendations, none displayed at his workstation, wardrobe more expensive than it looks.
Gray? Come on, my hair isn't. It's graying, maybe.
In case I haven't made it clear, I've never liked you, Morgan.
Aw, you're breaking my heart. I hadn't noticed.
Phrasing, phrasing!
But I never took you for a mob lawyer.
Whatever my client's associations might be.
He's a cop killer.
Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective.
Farrah Reyes, October 19th, 162 centimeters, 63 kilograms, blood type A negative. Occupation, homicide detective, third class. Likes sneakers, volcanoes, and the Paralympics. Dislikes scalpers, hoarders, and anise. Sorry, Jesus. Pronunciation. Favorite TV, civil engineering documentaries. Shampoo, dunno, conditioner is more important. And undefeated at volleyball. Interesting. It's true though, conditioner is more important.
It's actually somewhat important.
Oh, don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all.
Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes?
Sosuke Kariya was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in a medical transport. Injuries noted at the time, blood from various sources across the anterior, front of the body, numerous bones, a left hand broken as if impacting a hard surface, slight laceration found on left hand, internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull, bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound, numerous bruises on the anterior front side of the body, others blood across the tops of feet and pant legs, largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. At time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruise to left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma to anterior, front right side of the head. When or where these additional injuries were sustained, it is not noted.
My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened, and some of them had multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective, how will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull?
Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled, trying to escape.
And then he fell down the stairs, really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. So let's just say it. Your coworkers kicked the shit out of him.
But what do you want me to do about it?
I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that.
Police badge is in a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already...
She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you got a snowball's chance in hell of proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable.
Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door-in-the-face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor.
You've got to be shitting me. It's a blooded KW in there with military-grade mods. He's not leaving this building.
But we could have a doctor brought here.
And give him the chance to take a hostage?
He's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs.
Don't say 99 man. You don't know what it means. You're too old.
The 99 man, or a 99 man, refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetic equivalents as possible, thereby becoming someone who is 99% machine and is technically still yet a human. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by M.P. Smith, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics when middleweight track and field gold medalist Ayad Safran quoted the story as inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for the 800 meters. Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists have taken the 99 man as a challenge, modding themselves as much as possible with the explicit goal of approaching what they see as the current limit for transhumanism. Officially, the individual of who has the greatest percentage of their body mass replaced with artificial analogs is an anonymous male adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who was suffering from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for experimental surgery offered through How Industries' Theseus initiative. Oh, what Theseus? Whoa! I don't know why I made that noise. How officially describes the patient as currently living a normal and productive life, though Theseus has never produced any consumer market products and has not published any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leading some to question whether the results are at all replicable.
How about a medic who can't be taken hostage?
A medical ad? Sure, great. Let's see if we can negotiate his premium lower while we're at it.
Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes?
Oh, for.
I didn't say no, did I?
Great. He also needs a protective detail.
Lady, I swear to...
Counselor, protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for.
No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial when he shows up to court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either.
We could keep him here.
What, in the interrogation room? Counseling quarter.
Table can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out of the way, the floor's not actually that hard.
How do you even know that?
Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind.
So if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch, now we're keeping watch?
It is the homicide department's counseling quarter.
You think I give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself and...
You wouldn't.
What?
It's not in your nature.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
You either have it or you don't.
Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch...
Yeah, you already called him that. A piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. But unlike every other cop I walked past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal.
So what? What the hell does that matter?
It's the only thing that matters. It's the only thing that matters. I've got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone, so long as they're not a person.
Whatever. Think what you want, creep.
Well, so long as that's your only request, we should be able to...
I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible.
You gotta be... What, like tonight?
She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up the line's been raring to go at this, now that Sosuke's actually got a lawyer.
Well, maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't...
She said it again.
Whatever. Pick then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both.
I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can.
I can?
Of course you can. You could go treat Sosuke.
Adonai, I'm not trained in...
Oh, I love this bitch. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad.
Yes, I would never forget that. Unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before.
Well, Watch a tutorial first. Use a lot of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sasuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge.
That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity...
Thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene's in the lower wards. If you think after what happened last night that any cops with a pulse would go down there without their partner...
It's okay, Sunshine. I'll take her down there.
Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London, it's in Blue Blood territory.
Blue Blood territory outskirts, really.
They lost a whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup.
Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband?
Skinny guy? Kind of a perv?
Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got crime scene analysis sweeps going on over the place with a fine comb right about now. Drones, probes, the works. They'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place.
Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. It'd be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey. Oh. Hey, you coming, Blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the medkits in this dusty old piece of...
Go on.
I'll be right behind you, Detective.
Sorry about that. She's, still new to all this, really. Not old like me.
She does seem to be on edge. More so than usual.
It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard.
Maybe even personally. Did they know each other?
Right. You gather up all your things. I'll go bring us a ride.
Great. Thanks for all the help, Detective. You're a lifesaver. Though this is one occasion where I wouldn't have had any trouble finding the place.
This is gonna be an interesting solo dynamic to observe, I think. Really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just wait here all night. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, Detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? Oh, hey, is that supposed to be when they're, the fucking, oh god, the little interview from, the episode 0 extras? Yeah. Oh, that's so funny.
Once more into the depths. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sosuke's innocence. Won't be easy, given that they think that he killed a cop. But it'd keep me on the Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. But what is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left, and whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is secondary.
Sorry. Guess I should have asked before I decided we'd be sharing a cab.
I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car?
Patrol cars are shared, Counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive.
Convenient. Shame you can't personalize.
Yeah, no more dice in the mirror.
Is that why we're in a cab then? Personal taste?
Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy.
Auto cabs are full of bugs too.
True, but there are ways around them.
Are there? I didn't know that.
Yeah, plenty. Could be as easy as flashing a police badge.
Something you wanted to discuss in private, Detective?
I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message.
A secret admirer?
Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is.
I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations?
There'd be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client.
More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning?
And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary.
Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take.
That's this city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. Alive, if need be.
Oh, they will? How conspiratorial.
It's not a joke, Morgan.
Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply?
It's got more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate. Or you could call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire. A tragic newspaper clipping.
You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt?
Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism.
Commensalism. Commensalism.
There you go. The state pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Orcas buy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo. Balancing act. A cycle. Stable as any gyroscope.
Forgive me if I find this hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low.
That's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is... Organized crime is...
So everyone's playing nice with each other? Even Detective Reyes?
She's,
What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice?
He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name?
It's a big city. I don't to put too much stock into last names.
You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underworld.
Sosuke said something similar.
Tariq,
Oh shit. Fuck, I forget how you pronounce that again. Somebody told me earlier and it left my mind. May that be reiterated so I can get this. Chopin? Okay. Gotcha.
Tariq Chopin, only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin.
The power couple? Why would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer?
You want the full story?
Always. So, who was this Chopin really?
An idealist.
Wrong line of work, then.
You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. First step in his career to becoming a senator or whatever. Maybe it was, but anyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician.
You're saying he was honest?
Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything.
If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on?
No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community outreach.
Community outreach? What, like bake sales?
Like giving talks in schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21.
Woof. Must have really loved his job to put up with that.
Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad.
Don't you try to save lower wards patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers?
We do, yeah. How'd you know that?
By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch Magazine last month.
Oh.
If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards last night?
That's... I don't know.
You don't know?
By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up on some other lead.
His partner? Who's that?
The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Icaria, that's who.
I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket.
Huey Rogers. Pretty bare-bones record, but maybe they'll just add that to his legend.
What legend?
Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold.
Guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed a cop.
Maybe. But it wasn't pure luck. The only thing that did stick out to me in Rogers' record was his shooting score. 41.
Out of?
100. You need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score.
So he only whacked Sosuke on the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner? At least Rogers knows his weakness. I keep hearing that name, the Hound of Icaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right?
Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before.
Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it.
He's a bodyguard? Oh, then yeah, he must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry, that was a
crude.
Oh, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Okay, that all makes for some pretty interesting food for thought. But, Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods...
I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody.
If you are working for the mob in general, then... how do I know you're even taking me to the right place and not to...
Whoa. I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not Tam. Hell, no one is. And hell, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise.
Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors?
You disillusioned?
The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally, and I understand the value of criminal informants and possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength, and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map.
That's pretty cold logic.
I'd expect my state to be far colder.
Hey, you ever heard this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who you betting on?
Politician, a CEO, or a mob boss? I feel like you could make an argument for any of them, but the one that comes to my mind first is, well, maybe not first, but I guess CEO kind of, I don't know, though. You really could take it in any direction necessarily, but CEO is the one that jumps to my mind.
A CEO looks at a loaded gun and sees the bullets in the clip as inventory that needs moving. Plus, they're used to taking a job and setting up their golden parachutes before anything else. I doubt they'd walk into that room without first planning how they're getting out of it.
Fair enough. CEOs only get the job in the first place by convincing their board they can navigate high stakes. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down on the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whomever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss.
Yeah, seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction, too.
You could. So the point the riddle's meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top.
That's a good way to put it. It was very clever.
Funny. So, in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police? A blameless tool with no will of its own?
Yeah. Though it was older men than I who set it up.
Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. However do you manage?
We used to have a partner that helped us out, a tiebreaker. Because all those three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together.
I've got good news for you, Detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph.
Oh, I know they're not extinct. People will always write. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here.
What happened the last time you visited?
Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I?
No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil?
Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But now I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devils be so that he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection.
And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course, most people would also say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it?
You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you?
Yeah. I guess I do. Sorry.
Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance.
Jeez. I really like Morgan and London's dynamic. And I do kind of wonder, like, I've been thinking more and more about it as time has gone on, if London knows a little bit more than he's letting on in some respects, but we'll see. Shut the fuck up! I don't want to finish setting up Windows bullshit. Get that shit out of my face! I fucking hate this computer. I fucking hate this computer. Anyway. 6:01 p.m. Low rewards.
Detective London,
Hmm?
we're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including Blue Bloods.
You know, I knew I'd forgotten to mention.
What? Well, then she's a liar, babe. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Ooh. Oh, yes! I saw this character's design in the previous... Oh, my God. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. Anyway. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do.
We gotta get to work, hon.
I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up.
London, what is this?
G with the 5. Hello, nurse. God. London? Who's this?
Counselor Morgan, this is Adelaide Hahn. She's,
Adelaide. Sorry, I don't know why I pronounced it like that. Adelaide, hun.
she's a blue blood.
Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to a Zionist security site manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. The card? Adelaide Hahn's business card, listing her as a site manager at Zionist Security, a known front for the Blue Blood criminal organization, includes her personal contact number on top of her work details for some reason. For some reason! Look at that fucking heart! Oh my god!
A real business card? It even has a watermark.
It even has a watermark. Very nice, very nice. Let's see Adelaide's card. I know that they drew fucking Morgan as Patrick Bateman once for a Halloween thing, so I have eyes. I spotted that shit.
I'm not familiar with Zionist.
We're a private security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts. We catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Oh, whoops. Zionist. Zionist Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services including but not limited to bodyguards, convoys, bouncers, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Answer a few questions about your needs in our portable loan and it'll get you set up with the peace of mind you've been searching for. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up when interacting with some of the features on our site. You can safely disregard these messages as they're related to a legal matter that has already been settled out of court. We apologize for the disruption in your site experience. Ready to get started? Not interested in sponsored results? Yeah. Oh, jeez. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? No, can't be. I'd never forget a beauty like you.
She's the Hound's lawyer, hon.
Seriously? She works for those copper-headed scumbags? So, we're mortal enemies? That sucks. Another life then, eh? Well, I'll still play nice if you will. Adelaide Hahn, April 16th, 183 centimeters tall, 75 kilograms weight, blood type O negative, occupation site manager, Zionist Security, likes new furniture, silk clothes, and dimples, dislikes clingy types, jealous types, and needles, plays pickup games, yeah, pickup games, avoids laundry day, least favorite chore, throwing out dead flowers. Ah, man.
Right. And so, you're private security and you're currently securing this crime scene?
Yeah? What's with the tone?
What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, where are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died?
Come on, we don't have cooties.
If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them.
What?
The police contract our security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. And around here, the private company best suited for the job happened to be Cyanus. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace.
A small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak.
We have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we'd still have a pristine copy.
Augment. Oh, wait. I don't even know why I clicked on that. I know what the fucking arcs is.
We have the arcs to. Oh, wait.
And I read it already, too. London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires around the clock if we weren't here. Lower Ward's kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun.
Is that why you see shoes hanging off of wires?
No, I don't know why that happens.
It's just a thing teens have always done for fun.
Mystery solved? Fine. Maybe the cops and the blue bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. Though what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend an Icaria?
Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything to let you worm the hound out of his life sentence on a technicality.
You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back out on the streets so you can take another shot at him?
Oh, so flattery, that's how you flirt?
What does that mean?
You think we'd ever manage to gun down the hound of Icaria in the street? Shank him in a holding cell?
Blue bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they?
Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards.
So you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sosuke for quintuple homicide?
Yeah. I mean, we also literally got paid blood money. Not blood money. Jesus. Literally get paid good money to do these kinds of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, okay?
I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So, this is the main entrance? Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked.
What's that?
How was this door found?
Chopin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene responding to gunfire.
Someone heard that? Good thing I cleaned up so fast.
Check the area, then enter through the front door.
The door was definitely locked when I arrived, but I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys.
Admiring our handiwork? This is a Cyanus installation.
Who else would blue bloods trust to secure blue blood buildings? How does it lock?
You never used a key before?
I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically?
That's a good question. You looking to buy? Because I could set you up. Captain Salty, with the 2, we must stay focused, everyone. We must stay focused. It is becoming increasingly difficult to focus. I joke, I kid. I mean, shit. I'm doing better than forgetting fucking 80's name because I was so focused on how hot she was. That was so fucking embarrassing. I still remember that to this day. But in my defense, 80.
It is a good question, hon. Why don't you answer it?
Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from inside.
A physical key?
Physical keys can't be hacked or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features.
Is that why the door is ajar? Looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this?
Yeah, for as long as the arcs has been up.
Front door. The front door entrance to the crime scene utilizes a physical lock and key mechanism designed to automatically lock behind you when leaving the building. The lock's currently damaged and non-functional. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had locked behind me after I left. I love the red font edition. Jesus.
It definitely wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m.
Hang on, you and Reyes? What, were you the second officers on scene?
That's right. We weren't far when the 10999 went out at 10:15.
I don't think we've gotten that term before. Jargon, an emergency response code most often used to relay officer down. 10999 is an emergency response code utilized in municipal systems around the nation, most frequently to signify that one or more of the first responders' lives are in danger. Most police departments' standard issue suite of biomonitors allow for this code to be sent out across emergency networks automatically when cardiac activity is disrupted or blood pressure changes rapidly, due to the non-negligible chance that moderate exercise could be misinterpreted by biomonitors, leading to false alarms. Some departments make it a policy to avoid enabling the automatic alert function.
Long way from Precinct 254, isn't it?
We were in the area.
Awkward. You want the tour then?
Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first.
You know the crime scene is on the 3rd floor, right?
Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes.
Sure, we can start there. Just be careful where you step, if you like those boots at all.
Let's see. Kind of sweeping from left to right a little bit, but
It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. But even so, this is...
Looks like it's been moved, huh?
Yes. Was trash picked up last night, perhaps?
Checking the model number on the side. Looks like dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade.
I didn't realize there was DRM on trash cans.
Hey, it's a heavy model, tough to lift, even if its wheels weren't broken. And designed for containing industrial waste? How it ended up here in a residential district isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the Megs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to a landfill.
Is that why I can see markings on the ground there, from leaks?
Aw, you really are a tourist, aren't you?
I've been in the lower wards before.
But only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here. It stains the ground wherever it falls.
Acid rain? Like from the history books?
Not quite that bad. Just smog combined with precipitation combined with the charms of the city to make dirty rain, like I said. Lower Ward spring water. There's a shot named after it. Tequila and pickle juice. Ugh.
So, is the dumpster empty?
Let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna... Yeah, it's mostly empty. Except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge. Careful. If you get your toe trapped under there, don't look at me to help you just because I'm modded.
You saying you couldn't budge it either?
I could if a girl was cheering me on.
Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really.
Now just watch it so you don't... Let the lid slam.
An industrial dumpster found in the alley just next to the crime scene, incredibly heavy yet still shows signs of having been moved recently. The lid makes a very unpleasant sound as uncovered by Detective London's thorough investigating.
Sorry.
This fire escape would lead right up to the crime scene. Assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step onto it.
It's missing the ladder that we connected to the street level. You're violating fire code with this tetanus trap on. Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters. You're funny, Bridges. Even a cop or firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward's property from burning down.
An ad could probably make the jump up there.
Ads are heavy. If an android leapt onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them.
The fire escape connected to the room where the crime took place, rusty and poorly maintained. It's missing the ladder that would normally let you climb up from the street, so one could only freely move back and forth between the third-floor room where the bodies were found and the second-floor room beneath it.
Yeah, modders are heavy, too.
Hey,
Looks like the only way into the building is through the front door, then.
Anything else? Pad.
One problem with blue bloods and cops running security. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first.
Bombing ruled out in university fire. Panic abound last week on campus when the university labs at Nortechnica University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious hunched postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinity searching for signs that could point to a culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main server hub, a freak accident that has provided simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation. Dubbed by some members of the press as work of the Witch of the West, each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers, and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable, said one anonymous campus security specialist after their university's student registry records went up in literal smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try and piece their records back together, but frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students' tuition. Gee, how sad for you. Oh no, so terrible. Yeah, literally, that's it. Exactly. Federal investigative officials have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticism of the response has begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for the serial arsonist, and other notable, "Hey, we don't seem to have your ID in our database. Frowny face. If you fill out a simple form for us, we can get you the rest of this article, along with a ton of other cool offers and limited time sales served up exclusively to a Compliment ID 09 like you." Oh my god, Compliment ID. Jesus Christ. Man. Okay. So it was a cooling system, not arson, but there is somebody who's doing lots of arson. Interesting.
I feel like I've heard stories about bombings out west in the last few months, but I didn't know they'd all been attributed to one person, or that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted, but clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts if they've now got feds involved or schools involved.
I mean... It's mostly about the schools there. But I mean, feds are involved. And they're searching for them. What did she say in the lead up to this? Clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts if they've now got... Well, I mean, yeah, feds.
What really stands out here is that the federal investigators are getting involved. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. Can't say I like the idea of them being out here hunting for serial offenders. Alright, I'm done back here. So, I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when...
Oh, yeah!
It was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they?
What is it, Tiger?
Nothing. Thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that's all.
Yeah? Around here, maybe it was an unlisted.
What do you... Those are real?
Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I've met some. They inform, sometimes on what they've seen. Never come in to testify, of course. You'd think they'd stand out dressing like that, but if their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be unlisted, right?
What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here?
Sorry, we gotten your hopes up or something? Trust me, you got a better chance of winning the lottery than running into one.
Right. Forget I asked.
Unlisted, a term for individuals who are not actively registered in any state database.
Unlisted is an informal designation given to individuals often missing persons or unhoused who were not being tracked in any government databases. For much of the 21st century, individuals of this description were most often undocumented immigrants, following shifts in immigration patterns and the implementation of the Military Service Citizenship Program, aka the Minuteman Bill. Undocumented immigration has sharply declined. While many non-citizens do live and work within the country, they are tracked through immigration monitoring and servicing, or as part of their military service agreement until they either leave the country or are fully naturalized at the end of their service. Yikes! Today, unlisted mostly refers to a small group of seasonal workers who travel the country in migrating caravans to find work undercutting corporate contracts or various agricultural or fungal installations. Some anthropological studies have described groups of unlisted living in urban, generally poorer areas as what are effectively homeless communities. Unlike most homeless people, the overwhelming majority of whom are unhoused for less than 2 weeks, these unlisted actively refuse state housing assistance or assistance of any kind. Concerns about malnourishment, illiteracy, extreme poverty, and rampant mental illness within unlisted populations has at times spurred outreach programs that attempt to contact them, but by their very nature as unlisted, actual data on their quality of life or cultural practices is virtually non-existent, making most politicians hesitant to commit resources towards these causes.
You ready to go inside?
I think so. So long as...
No, I'm not with anyone else. It's just me here.
Because she's shrill, princess.
And delusional, you know that.
I'm sure she'll catch up. So you were saying this used to be an apartment building?
Somewhere between that and a long-stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods didn't deviate far from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults, places to stash away a lover, witness, debtor when there's too much heat.
You've gone through all of these vaults, I take it?
Scientists helped us with that last night, yeah. Bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding place.
Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you?
Sorry, no.
So, just the Blue Bloods' forte then? Securing people, places, and things?
You could think of it that way.
Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs.
Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. If you have the funds to ride the gray wave the way House Icaria does, you can make a killing. They've got the market cornered from black to gray to white to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with all the scraps the Megs in the house don't bother producing en masse.
Professional jealousy? How ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together, and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do?
They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago now, there was some kind of meeting, an olive branch from the Golds to the Blues. Apparently, the Blue Bloods had a product the Icaria wanted to distribute.
The Icaria sell legal drugs now, though. And what kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that the Icaria couldn't manufacture?
Not sure. Maybe that's why it went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. The Icaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that.
And so the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in their lower wards niche.
They might not like having to take the low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist's calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate their protection down here.
Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection? But that stuff is legal so long as they're licensed, isn't it?
Legal? Most would still say no. Respectable, most would...
Wait. Legal, yes. Sorry. Mix that up.
Respectable, most would still say no. So, household name security Megs consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers.
Where... What? Oh? Worker. Short and firm of the term sex worker, generally used to refer to individuals who are legally licensed as such, as opposed to those who are engaging in sex work outside of legal guidelines. Sex workers operates in high-end establishments, generally in specifically zoned municipal districts with high-median property prices, cloud districts, and catering to only specific clientele may be more commonly referred to as courtesans.
Doesn't help that their average board member's easily pushing 60 years old.
You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, are you?
Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man.
Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Right. And the Ikaria, they don't, compete in that market?
No. People at the Icarius Heights might patronize a courtesan or two in the Cloud Districts, but they'd never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites.
That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. You couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power.
Yep. The dissonance is the point. Oh shit. Did the game freeze? Okay. It did for a second, but it found out what it was doing. Good.
Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. Seriously.
Yeah, I should save. Good point, Kirby.
What the hell happened here?
That's what we all get paid to find out, right?
Yeah.
I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Shall we bring up the arcs?
Sure, I'll patch you in.
Allow me.
If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here.
Nonsense. I've got all the time in the world for you.
Everyone's treating me like royalty today.
Do I still have a chance?
Did we miss a new profile to look at? I don't think so.
Oh. I did miss a couple, actually. Victoria's got a new one. Likes waterfalls, manicures, macadamia nuts. Dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Yeah, I guess I just missed this one when it came up. Drink Cosmopolitan Double, collects favors, friends in high places, luck SSR in the first pull, Jesus Christ, and Chopin. Oh, okay, I did miss this one for sure, damn. Date of birth August 9th, height 176 centimeters, weight 72 kilograms. That's Tariq Chopin, by the way, it's cut off by the top a little bit. Occupation patrol officer, likes 24/7 news, calligraphy, late dinners, dislikes gray hairs, untucked shirts, mint. A fellow mint hater, good. Education, Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy, awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery, posthumous, survived by Fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, city councilman.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start?
How about with tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle here?
That's your client. He was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer.
Rogers, right? And then he knocked Sosuke out.
Correct.
So why is it this artistic rendition of Sosuke and not a capture from Rogers' body cam?
Well, it seems like at the time...
Their body cam was off? Seriously?
Hey, I'd chew him out myself if he was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency.
Did all this not qualify as an emergency then?
Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, it might not have come to mind. At least Chopin could use that excuse, rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requests replacement body cams nearly every week.
Okay. If he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing him a parade.
I'll, put in a request.
Right then. He's next.
Okay.
Blood loss from the neck. Even I can tell that much.
Stabbed with a bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience.
My client's a humble bodyguard.
Come on now. I know you've got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in a fight. To take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana, the hound must be itching to brag about it.
I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter, thank you very much.
What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck. Not so many words.
Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is a much better fit for... My knife. Where is it? Where? I gave Sosuke the knife before I left. It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should be somewhere in the arcs.
You looking for something, Tiger?
They haven't found the knife, and I ask about it anyway. That'd mean admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sosuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we even enter the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. No, I just... Was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested?
Besides a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that did and didn't belong to him? No, not even any lint in his pockets. Why do you ask?
No reason. Sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out. Or so they say.
No, you were blindly guessing. I've been there.
Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared. Not from a crime scene locked down like this. I'll need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap?
Oh, jeez.
I'd advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, Counselor.
Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. Lot to take in. The skull was crushed?
Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing there is post-mortem. Overkill.
Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. This victim had modded eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances.
Bullshit. No one in the lower wards would get optic mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. Oh, you made a decision based on an assumption of a place that you don't live in, and you fucked yourself. Oh God, Morgan! They're gonna know that you're not from here, babe! Oh, that's bad! That's really bad! Oh, man. You gonna claim the Hound of Icaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah, he bashed his brains in for the fun of it. Sure, to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, we're all scum of the earth who deserve...
I'm pretty scummy myself, hon. Defense attorney, remember?
Who the hell deserves shit like this?
Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it that this bat is what did the deed?
Matches the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts.
There's nothing here about Sosuke's fingerprints.
Think we could get anything but partials off of that? It's practically splinters.
Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then.
Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to swing to crush a skull? To break the bat itself?
I can't imagine.
A cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull post-mortem. Splintered beyond repair during the bludgeoning, fingerprint analysis has proven inconclusive, returning only partials. It was barring Sosuke from exiting the other room before I used it to destroy Trey's eyes, but no one else knows that, and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. What do you mean that's good? Less correlation? I mean, yeah, I guess. I just feel like, I don't know, you would look at that and be like, well, there's, you know, it just, like, once you prove him innocent, it kind of becomes a bit more of an issue, I guess, where it's like, you could just write it off at that point of like, oh, well, I mean, you know, he just did it because he was crazy and cruel, but then once you prove that he didn't do it, it's like, okay, well, then why the fuck did the person who did that do that? You know what I mean? But... I don't know. Why do I have a notification? Get rid of that notification.
There's some faint blood that's been smeared here. Did it belong to this victim?
And Sosuke. Wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but... Your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested. And he would have had to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back.
You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise?
Does he say otherwise?
I'll let you keep guessing on that one. Through this door is where they were keeping Sosuke and where I let him off the leash. I'll leave that for after I finish in here.
To be fair, that just proves it wasn't a local. Doesn't really narrow it down much.
I guess. I don't know. I feel like it's still a little compromising, but I guess we'll see. Who the hell? Yeah, actually, let's go ahead and...
Who the hell are you, really? Why are you lying there dead right in the middle of my crime scene?
That was Tariq Chopin, as you might guess. Patrol officer and the son of 2 loving fathers. You've strongly emphasized to the chief of police their desire to see justice done.
Reyes wasn't exaggerating about how he died.
Run through from behind with a sword.
So he would have been standing in front of the desk, then he was impaled. Then he collapsed to the floor face first, and the sword...
Got stuck in the ground.
Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose.
Yeah, Dr. Satos noted in a report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled.
Pardon?
Like the attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they...
Had to jiggle it around.
Hey, it's probably what saved Roger's life. Kept your client distracted and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in.
Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. And according to Sosuke, the one thing he does recall after I pass the baton to him is gripping the sword. You're not giving me much to work with.
Fingerprints on the grip match your client's right hand, by the way.
Here I was getting my hopes up.
And it definitely wasn't suicide, could no one else's prints are on the damn thing. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime impaled into the torso of victim Tariq Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sasuke Ikaria. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Another murder weapon I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. It was indulgent, trying to take Trey's head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade's tip when I dragged it across the floor. Yep.
I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back, thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Maybe when the tall one hit the ground? Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down on... Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word.
Really? Should get that looked at.
My vision is 20/20. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager?
Those docs are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over.
How do you know they're internal business if we can't read them?
You've really never seen red ink before?
Never heard of it.
It's a corporate information security protocol. Files with special flags trigger specific print commands if you try to make physical copies. Makes it use some kind of special ink. Try to take a photo of it and it comes out a bright blur. Paper's special too. Too much heat, humidity becomes illegible. The
corpse bleeding out on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. So, these documents contain confidential data that Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out?
Red ink is an information system security protocol whose name has been synonymous with anti-dissemination technology in general. While different organizations will make use of different technologies to achieve their data security goals, the original system's core principles are still widely taught and practiced in business administration courses around the globe. First developed in the mid-21st century amidst widespread concerns about hackers' newfound capabilities after the third net code leak, Red Ink practices emphasize the vulnerability of digital systems and espouse the relative reliability of physical documents, printed or even handwritten information that cannot be changed or stolen except through in-person action. More broadly, Red Ink systems are designed to minimize the time that critical information spends changing hands. Critics of the teachings thus claim it is antithetical to cooperation between peers and leads to siloing of information. Red ink is also commonly used to refer to any kind of printed text material that incorporates anti-piracy measures. Common examples include anti-photocopier, sheen gloss, paper that degrades outside of extremely narrow moisture conditions, cipher-encrypted text based on extinct indigenous languages, and sleeper marks, machine codes left on the corners of documents that are invisible to the naked eye, but are unique to individual printers. What do they say in the movies? I can't confirm nor deny that.
And if I subpoenaed the data?
Do your worst. We've got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the Hound's motive was. And it isn't just written in those pages. It's written all over his busted up face.
Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right?
I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you if that's what you're getting at. Wait. Hold up.
Phone. Evidence. Red ink. Documents found at the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse, apparently contained confidential information of high value, but only the occasional page number, graphic, or name can be spotted. Snippets include page 21, lures required for expansion of eminent domain with proper, page 345, payments due, support of 403, re-election councilman belong to push for colloquially referred to as the lower 492, B vote upcoming, stress the importance of OPSEC of the highest level. Interesting. Give me just a second, by the way. Looking at something real quick. Okity dokity. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him and a loud slam when he hit the floor.
This one. Real long rap sheet. With a short ending. Buckshot to the torso. Died instantly. Flexware on his mods put his time of death at 9:44 p.m.
Killed by his own weapon.
Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of struggle for it beforehand. But how'd someone manage to get it off his hands?
Wasn't any great feat, I assure you.
Tex identified it as the double-barreled Mag US, and hey, how'd you know the gun was his?
He's still wearing the holster in the arcs, was I mistaken?
No. About a week ago, Tanks here was stopped and frisked by a patrol unit.
Oh, Morgan. Jesus. I keep waiting for her to do shit like that. I keep waiting for her to be like, oh, say something that you shouldn't, and then somebody's gonna be like, hey, how'd you know that? But she saved that one real fucking quick. Whew. Yeah, you gotta be more careful than that.
And they found this here gun on him.
They found this gun on him, and they just handed it back to him.
He bought and paid for it above board.
So this gun isn't jailbroken? Do you have tag data from the murders?
No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, the gun is jailbroken.
What happened between last week and last night that he get the tag stripped off?
A short barrel maglev firearm recovered from the scene of the crime, registered to Anchor 10, aka Tanks, found on Sosuke Ikaria's person when he was arrested by Officer Rogers. Fingerprint analysis shows that Sosuke Ikaria gripped it in his left hand. No one else's fingerprints are present. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fired detonated after penetrating their target, increasing lethality, and the gun leaves no digital traces, tags from when or where it was fired. Horribly gaudy, but got the job done. Last I saw it, I'd left it in Sosuke's waistband.
Something that made him think this piece would see action soon.
Interesting. Okay, I don't... Oh, wait. There's still this, too.
Windows, open to the fire escape and alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who it belongs to.
This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tell us the shooter was standing in front of the desk.
Near where my client was found.
Your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst him in the chest. Blew blood back onto the windows behind him.
The open windows.
Hell of a spread.
Yes, it is. Did someone open these, or...?
No. They were open when we secured the scene.
Any fingerprints?
Plenty on the handles there from Creek and his pod.
That's where the handles are?
Something wrong?
Definitely. But how the hell could I explain why I know that?
The windows at the scene of the crime, positioned behind Creek's desk, opens to the alley and fire escape. Blood splatter across the windows has, through forensic analysis, been traced back to when a Macus shell split inside Creek's ribcage, spraying blood and viscera behind him. Fingerprints on the handles match Creek and the rest of his pod.
No, sorry, I just... guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck and the arcs.
Oh. Well, one was a master key. Can unlock any other door in the building. The other key we eventually paired to a small safe in his desk. Empty, though.
Suppose that's all irrelevant since he apparently died with the keys on his person.
Yeah, that caught my eye. They caught my eye too, to be honest, but not every detective's instinct pans out.
So, who was this guy?
Curious?
Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him.
Criminal record dating back as far as it goes. Sealed when he turned 18.
What makes you so sure he has a juvenile record, then?
The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him? I wasn't trying to insult him, huh?
Anything you'd like to add?
1 second. Just tilting the microphone a little bit because it was kind of covering up where I could see for a second there.
Nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two.
If you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step.
Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person or not at all.
Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow?
That's not funny. That dog you're defending. It's a fair question, hon. Give it fair consideration. Besides the Icaria, the Rust, or our city's finest, no. Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. The bloodthirsty Icaria soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan.
What about family?
This is getting old fast. Younger brother's listed as his next of kin. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Rooting through a person like you is picking at zits.
Wait, did I read that right? Rooting through a person like you're picking at zits, rather. Sorry.
Well, seems he's out of town anyway. Taking summer lessons at Howe Marine U.
That's a good school.
An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also, no priors and no juvenile record. Tad, at his age, poor kid. Pills for that cost an arm and a leg. Creek must have been sending him.
Detective, do you just leak the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party?
Hey, you don't have to report. How about I buy you an ice cream or something?
Bribery, too? You're digging yourself pretty deep.
Is it still bribery if I'm the government official?
Jeez.
Papers scattered all over the desk. Suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this?
What'd you find there? A note?
A note scrawled onto a small piece of paper reading M. Icaria.
It's crossed out. Oh, yeah. Spelled wrong. Icaria. Handwriting is by and large a match for other documents penned and initialed by Creek found at the crime scene.
Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen.
M. Icaria.
Looks like M. Icaria, actually.
He's dead, London. I was gonna let the spelling mistake slide.
Right, sorry, but M. That's gotta be Makoto, right?
You know Makoto?
I know he's the Icaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he's an appropriately frightening young scion.
He's really quite something.
But why would his name be on Creek's desk?
He was Creek's real target the other day. Sosuke was some kind of consolation prize.
Bagging the Hound was a consolation prize? These punks had their sights set high.
Yeah, like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe in no small part because it has a priceless no mask hidden inside it, but sorry. I assume you've been through this datapad here?
Front to back, but we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else.
A simple datapad with an attachment for processing non-standard identification info, commonly sold to allow payment processing of unusual or rare forms. Besides some partials, fingerprints were found matching those of Creek and Officer Chopin. Technicians have confirmed the datapad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. A dark card is stuck quite firmly into the attached card reader. Couldn't avoid touching it. Had to at least pretend the dark card would work.
How'd he manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets.
Hence the paperwork you see scattered about.
They really did everything by hand?
PPP is what they call it over in organized crime. Paper and pencil protocol. Helps the orcas keep their books, off the books. Or at least in a format that's easier to destroy should push come to shove.
Do you run checks on this credit card that's jammed in here?
Not surprised you don't recognize it. That there's a dark card.
Wow, tell me more. Wow, tell me more.
It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand.
I'd hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, Detective. But you really can't find the owner? Can't trace any of its transactions?
Most we can tell is that the datapad registered to the dark card networks are at around 9:40 p.m., but it timed out.
What's that mean?
The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet or they forgot their password.
Happens to the best of us.
Physical card key that begins the authentication process for accessing funds located in a cryptographically secure account. Without the fingerprint of the owner and their 24-digit password, the card alone is functionally useless. Forensics show that all fingerprints have been wiped off of it at some point. Recovered at the crime scene, stuck in the card reader of a datapad. Only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic.
By the way, why's this cloth been flagged?
Not sure. Forensics didn't find any blood on it.
Who flagged it?
Lady Rockford herself.
Okay. Alright. That's great. That's real great. That's awesome. Cat salty with the 5. I really like how Morgan's HBK aura farming is coming back to nearly bite her in the ass. Very different to episode 0. This is nail biting. Yep. I mean, it was a great intro. It was very cool and all, but now I'm just sitting here thinking, fuck, about so many things.
Could be that you fat thumbed it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing.
I'm sure it's nothing.
The screen. I turned it on to distract Tanks long enough to grab his gun, and I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup.
Powerful setup. Was blaring when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS techs is a real audiophile. Said it broke her heart how loud they must have blared the speakers all the time. Wears it out, she said.
A sound system found at the scene of the crime. According to the ARCs, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene tech started scanning the environment. It really was giving me a headache when I turned it off. Didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left, just to leave no trace.
I wouldn't count on orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. Okay. Looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of your workloads. It's a mess in here.
It's a lot of blood, that's for sure.
I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss.
I'd be right at home here if you weren't poking your noses around.
Shoot, I just remembered. I'll never hear the end of it if I don't check in with my partner after saying I would. You too good to keep going if I step out to make a call?
A call? Is your partner your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text.
Thanks for your understanding. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach.
You can be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint.
I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway.
I'd stick to the ARCs if I were you. Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person.
You've been such a gracious host up until this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now?
It's ugly in there.
Uglier than this?
Different kind of ugly, then.
It's all in the eye of the beholder.
I warned you.
Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creek's pod torture my client?
I don't know what they did.
Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, Han.
They probably just grounded him. Low-grade current supplied every few minutes. Stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline bursts pulled out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers, and syringes... Oh, wait.
And the pliers, hammers, and syringes? What purpose did they serve? They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Why? To try to get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a grout scraper to find them. Hypodermic needles. Probably not packing anything healthy. Sosuke better hope they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. But those needles there. The design of these needles seems a little odd.
Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so
They're projectiles. Load him into a gun and fire away.
Sosuke was captured by men wielding needle guns.
Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was being held. The contents within matched the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest, though other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly marketed as truth serums.
Does Science Security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing?
You're cursing up the wrong pipe. Creek could find tools all on his own, and we're not that kind of operation.
An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing?
More like the right hand's just been washed, so if you have to handle some garbage.
Science is that legitimate?
Why aren't all the Blue Bloods working legal jobs, then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence.
Creek and his pod weren't bringing in that type of money?
They liked Creek's pod where it was.
Who's they?
Upper management. That mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until...
And did upper management like Creek?
I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know.
Sure. So, do all these needles contain anesthetics?
No, they're also stimulants and barbitazine. Originally developed as a hypnotic sleep aid drug for active-duty military personnel, barbitazine is currently prescribed rarely as an anti-anxiety and anti-seizure medication. Often depicted in popular culture and some drug manufacturers' promotional materials as a truth serum, barbitazine has never been shown to function as such a thing in a controlled setting. When compared against a sampling of liquors ranging from 40 to 80 proof, barbitazine resulted in truthful confessions only 0.2% more often, and no subjects admitted to providing information that they were not already comfortable with divulging. Users also frequently search for how to tell if someone is cheating, where to buy lie detectors, see who has me muted on social media.
Like the truth serum?
You can get sued for selling it as such. Makes you talk, doesn't make you say the truth.
So they wanted Sosuke talking, but what did they ask him?
If your client can't remember or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who'd know, yeah?
Has all this blood been tested, Miss-on?
Enough of it has. Besides Sosuke, who else would it belong to?
That's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sosuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he'd even noticed? It's not as if I feel nothing, looking at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence. But it's like an artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungrier again faster. Later, faster. Best to stay disciplined. Jesus. It's water. Cold enough the condensation's on the outside of the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths?
Just a simple way to keep a guest from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid.
This coming after you claim you don't know if Sosuke was tortured? You know what the other bucket is then for? You know what the other bucket's for then?
I know you said you've got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint here?
But then this last bucket is...
What's that? Trash?
Cloth and rope. Bindings.
Or bandages? See, they were nursing him back to health.
I'll run your theory past Sosuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sosuke tied up with.
Hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sosuke was held, stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. They would have had to use something, yeah. This door doesn't even lock.
Not after I removed the bat barring it from the outside. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, bursts in the next room, cuts up two of his captors, and blows the other two away. That's what you're thinking happened?
That's what it looks like.
And then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal?
Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the Hound crouched in a corner, he'd have his chance soon enough. Hell, he probably just played dead. Walking into that scene out there, you'd think some police officer would go around checking pulses?
Why would my client go to all the trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment?
Because he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed?
I know that Sosuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Even Sosuke himself says that he would have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? I'm getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease?
Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything?
Nah.
Oh. Would you have felt better if you had?
I'm going to head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow.
You're going back by yourself, then? You sure? I could get you a ride out of the neighborhood.
I'm sure. Miss Hunt here has already made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it?
Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out.
Sure. Why not?
That pause.
Safe travels.
So, Detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Science Security?
Thanks for picking up on that.
Reyes will be upset that you never checked in.
Yeah, right after this I will.
This room, are we directly underneath the crime scene?
Yep, same fire escape right there.
Same type of window, too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs?
Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Scientist being sloppy.
So, what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there?
Something Hans said earlier about how no true blue would wish harm on Creek. Her phrasing stood out to me.
Because it implies the existence of false blue bloods?
Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Megs, Orcas, City Hall, there's always factions. And among the blue bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call. Not to Reyes, and confirm some things.
And
I figure I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered.
that message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating.
Not these hints, trust me.
So what faction did our pal Creek belong to?
The Youngbloods, opposite end of the compass from the Old Guard, the conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Hans said that Creek was too useful for anyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree. Creek talked, said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming,
And young.
could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the Old Guard.
That's interesting info, Detective, but it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Creek. The police have already decided it's Sosuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods and Icarias would want to kill each other.
Do you?
They're rival gangs, they hate each other.
Do you know why? It's the same reason all the blue blood leadership is ancient, while all their muscle is made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Icaria betrayed their peace with the blue bloods, started killing them. And they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading blue blood families under the age of 40 was dead.
Well, I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Icaria, yeah.
You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all.
If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around?
For one thing, the Icaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out of the other end as neo-ability. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill, taking in delinquents furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could get a chance to vote. Blue Bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years, in exchange for favors down the line. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope.
You serious?
I am. It's a powerful weapon.
Hope for what?
Hope that the Icaria had missed one, that they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day. A triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power.
Sounds like a fairy tale.
Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark.
Fairy tales and warnings.
What's up?
Hey, did you or your pals in the OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter?
Like a bounty hunter?
Or huntsman, maybe?
Where'd you hear that?
Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything?
Nope.
I don't like his hesitation. The hesitation there, Detective.
Just an urban legend.
I would have said the same thing about Unlisted before this afternoon, and yet...
Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want.
Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo and the cyberpunk and...
HBK, increasingly.
I haven't seen that myself. Was gonna say Red Hood.
Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? Bah, except for HBK, that's all old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales.
There are a lot of campsites around here?
Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard about that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story.
It's based on a real event?
Nothing worth recounting.
I'll take your word for it.
But what's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience?
You mean about working with the Mafia? Psychologists would call that projecting.
Ouch.
Too far?
Nah, didn't feel a thing.
I don't know why I asked, really. Guess I've just had an odd feeling all day.
Like deja vu? You been here before?
No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be.
The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff.
Boy, yeah. You know too much. You know too much. 8:32 p.m. Morgan's apartment. I feel like... I don't know, I feel like London has kind of had a beat on Morgan ever since the cigarette thing back from episode 0, to be honest. I think he's kind of had an eye out since then, if not earlier.
Icaria, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas, dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a spider suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. But one wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Icaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang, but they would prefer Sosuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London for that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Kasim London is...
Cynical Toaster with the 45 pounds. Thank you so much. That's so generous. Happy Halls, I loved what you've done to close the year out. You've also earned so much help helping me sleep to AA vids. Also, is Morgan's name in evocative reference to Dexter Morgan or not? The number was June's fault. I don't know. It's an interesting question. Because I haven't ever watched Dexter, but thinking of the comparison, it's like, yeah. Well, in any case, thank you. I appreciate it. She's sort of a reverse Dexter, really. Yeah, yeah, when you put it that way.
Much, much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No. What I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Until then, I guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked.
Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan.
Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of spilt ink. Who? But twice as sharp and not nearly as familiar. It's outside of normal consultation hours, miss... She purses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name?
Please, call me Mire.
Any last name, Mire? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell.
I'll leave that up to your imagination.
Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Ikaria.
Might I step inside?
She blinks, her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you? What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed.
I don't think they need to join us, do you?
She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill.
God damn it, they got me again. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
How can I be of service, Mire? Mire, Ikaria. Date of birth, October 1st. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight? Nope. Blood type, A positive. Occupation, representative. Likes sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, arachnids. Dislikes sunrises, black tea, and photographers. Favorite smell, dojo floors. The best at making use of people. The worst at hiding my distaste. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, you made a character that was my type. Shit. I'm definitely gonna be so normal about that.
You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours.
I'm grateful for the offer, Mire, but inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous.
Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune?
I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio.
Yes, the good old IFG. The public face of the Ikaria criminal empire, clean-shaven as it's become. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited oh, wait.
I don't know why I started reading that as Makoto's dialogue. I just saw the M and the sprite, and I was like, yep! But
I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public.
And before that?
I know your family became neo-ability during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well-positioned when the time came to re-privatize our nation's industries.
Yes. And before that?
I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago.
Very good, Councillor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast.
What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year.
You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir?
That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of.
As you said, 30 years ago, to the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we thrust the knife much deeper than that.
You went after their heirs?
And their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication?
Using DNA as a password?
Blood, specifically. Easier than memorizing a string of 3 billion characters long.
But GFA has fallen out of favor, hasn't it?
Genetic factor authentication is a password security system wherein a live blood sample is provided in combination with a username and passkey in order to complete verification. GFA can only be conducted in person, with the sample acquired by a trained on-site professional. Because of the physical realities of the verification process itself, GFA is considered cryptographically secure. It cannot be bypassed or hacked in any traditional sense. While some security systems and cryptographic algorithms incorporate biological elements in one or more ways, GFA, as it was originally developed, has gone largely unadopted throughout the business world. Few corporations are interested in tying information or resources to specific bloodlines, as opposed to specific groups, and the verification process itself is inconvenient for most, while totally unusable for anyone working remotely. Excuse me. GFA is still offered, however, at some of the most prestigious and secure banks in the world, and families with particularly long lineages have been known to favor GFA for what are effectively symbolic reasons. Because GFA remains accessible to any past or future offspring of the initial registries, it is sometimes offered as a wedding or baby shower gift for couples intending to set up trusts. Users also frequently search for how to change lost password fast.
The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then.
A bad bet.
They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought that they had already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So the GFA registry became the Acadia's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they'd target Makoto?
No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought that they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive.
You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is the heir to House Ikaria, to the Ikaria Financial Group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information.
Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop?
A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix.
You divided your house right down the middle? Pardon the expression, but how can you stand?
Atop the backs of many.
And you won't take this division that seriously?
Deadly seriously. That's our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house, or you serve its interests. Never both.
So you're assigned to either the criminal organization, what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings, like Renogen. But that means you
are nearly as much of an outsider to the Ikaria Financial Group as you are.
Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to, then? Who controls the Ikaria's legitimate empire?
Until Makoto marries. His mother.
And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age?
Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather, our patriarch, Daisuke Ikaria.
I see. But that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke.
How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly differently 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made.
They want to marry into House Ikaria? But Makoto's and all the real Blue Bloods are older than...
They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune.
So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen.
How many of them do you think Sosuke has cut down in the last year he's spent repelling their attempts?
Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into an Ikaria shredder en masse trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose that all might total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke, yeah.
I'd heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured.
You know him, I take it?
As you've gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family, but he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing to the House to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged.
So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention, that makes sense. Do you care about the outcome?
A win's always preferable.
But not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks.
Did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested. No doubt to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter.
So, one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers?
Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not?
Yeah, we can read between the lines.
So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Akaria's usual connections would, like me, do whatever is best for the house as a whole.
And not what's best for Sosuke.
I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further.
Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell that he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow-rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and timetables, as I'm sure it was.
I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan.
Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking.
Now I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it.
Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop.
The message is for Sosuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant.
End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail.
But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night.
Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin?
City in mourning after death of City Councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' deaths sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit, you have a lovely apartment, Counselor.
Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train hopping its tracks.
Quite spacious for a defense attorney.
Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself.
Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city, then.
There's always a cost.
That's one mystery solved, then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Counselor.
The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging on a single-held breath of stillness, listening as the deafened thud of her honor's guards' implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling so long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment. My attention is elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I've found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. For now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And, well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw.
Hey, cool kid. Yes, you, trying to look all stoic, staring out the window. Little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So, that wasn't a joke? Making that announcement in front of the class? You trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything is lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they're gonna do after school. And tomorrow, and next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career and telling other companies how to provide web services or whatever the hell this school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school is supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. Damn. 11:42 a.m. August 15th, let's go! My birthday, yay! State Building. Floor 48.
Morgan, please, this is...
Hold still and relax. This will be over soon.
I thought you were joking about the makeup!
Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom.
Do you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly?
You know the names of all this stuff?
I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel?
Yes.
It's cakey.
Do you want to do the rest?
I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will...
Excuse me?
You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts.
Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty.
I don't doubt that your tactics work, Morgan.
My tactics include getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up?
I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful.
You're worried about honor? Really? You've already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype.
Don't call other people stereotypes.
He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai, since he sworn himself to a wealthy landowning noble.
I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money?
I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray away from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming?
Oh, if only you knew, Sosuke. If only you knew.
I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms.
Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure.
If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death.
The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is.
Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times.
And the media is like the wind. And without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide.
It was, a nice try, Sarah. Forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman.
And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking.
What? If I'm talking... What? If I'm talking, how will you...
Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk.
Gladly, Adonai. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos?
Are the jury gonna ask about that or something?
They might.
Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. Komainu on my back.
Komainu, a guardian dog.
You have a tattoo of a dog?
It's a fierce guardian deity.
Like a Labrador, or...?
Like a great, fierce... A big dog!
Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design, like, say, like a dragon.
Ha 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 ha, I get the reference.
There's no switching.
The buyer's remorse must be unbearable.
There's no buyer's remorse.
Lift your chin.
You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes?
You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it.
The advantage you're talking about is my face.
Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke?
Look, It may be true that at times some women have expressed.
And men, no doubt.
All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this.
Pretend it's war paint.
Is that how you see it?
No, but I'm a grown-up.
Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sasuke.
Did she ask you about your dimensions?
The subject might have come up.
She's a talkative one, isn't she?
Sorry if she kept you up all night.
No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... We discussed history.
Oh, well then she must have put you right to sleep.
Adonai, it was his choice of subject.
So you read history too, so you read history, Sasuke. Here I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed.
We talked about the Roman Empire, for your information.
And criminal empires.
Nothing too detailed, I hope.
But Sasuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently?
Only that the old ways don't fit our new 21st century world.
Old ways?
Well, the,
June with the two.
Your attraction appeals to all genders, sir.
Oh, shit, for real? I don't know, I just thought that they'd think I was too ugly. It's not like I didn't want it or anything. I just didn't think I fit their standards. Good to know.
He's talking about race, Sarah.
Race? I don't understand.
Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine.
That is untrue and an unflattering comparison.
Maybe you do get it.
Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokuro, Sanhei Hui, they all come from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path, an outsider's path, and the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies.
Oh, sure, they were basically just big friendly charities.
Then the world got smaller, and people started moving around, and the Mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller, and more complex, and eventually that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive.
Why?
Not enough shared experiences.
Shared experiences. I see.
Fancy way of saying the internet came along.
Well, yes. Technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you.
So the immigrant experience disappeared?
Fractured, more like. Cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world's more diverse and varied than it's ever been, in every sense. Except economically.
Wealth inequality is at historical highs.
As it has been every year
since before I was born.
To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another. Their socioeconomic status. House Ikaria is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata.
I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then?
The Rust? I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility.
Careful, Sasuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist.
The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need an excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can.
Things like that happen in this city?
Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself.
Finally run out of steam?
On to the grim business, then. How'd things go with your investigation? That bad, was it?
Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there was no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's deaths. They've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body.
What's it gonna look like in there?
You've never been inside a courtroom?
Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect.
In the gallery? A sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics.
Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours.
You say that, and yet I don't see any other Ikaria around.
This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they've been audited by the state.
How understanding of you.
I don't know. I think Sosuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up.
Good catch.
You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance.
Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake.
What's so bad about an elevator ride?
Is he claustrophobic?
No. That is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand?
Who the hell would I tell that to?
Right.
Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom.
That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression.
As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt.
Adonai, I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied.
Really? How can you tell?
He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter, as if...
Good. Now try and keep his spirits high.
How do I do that?
Think of something fun.
Right. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? Oh. Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week?
Actually, that sounds...
Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can?
Fair enough.
Losing sleep over this case?
Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer?
Not at all, I slept like a rock.
Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest more or less, just been having a lot of late nights recently.
Late nights? Like, going out?
No. Just late night chats.
Chatting about what?
God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could.
Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece.
Yeah, I was literally picking up on this, who are you talking to? Are you interested in someone? Are you seeing someone? Wait a minute, do I not have a chance anymore?
Would hope we'd progressed since then.
You don't approve of this show of force, I take it?
Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. And Cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that that isn't tolerated.
Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens.
Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, court, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep.
So you'd rather that the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen?
Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best that they could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed.
If they treated
every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now.
Sure. Still on that?
Of course. Shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing persons cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in.
You shouldn't joke like that.
What, you don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work, 7 days after they'd last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work and they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was...
What happened to them?
Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think.
It's a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. Fit snugly in my hand, and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow. Kicked into the bay.
Oh, kicked into the bay. Might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap...
That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them?
No.
So probably a mugging then, right?
No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to...
You know how muggers think now?
I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK with a robust enough profile.
Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome.
I'm not working on this by myself. Ah, sorry, right. Do you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin?
Now where would there be the fun in that?
You're not working on your profile alone, huh? I wonder who could be helping you with that. Okay, I'm normal. 12:04 p.m. Room 48D. Okay, you've been going for about 5 hours now. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go. Probably not that much farther. You have to forgive me, though. I know that this is, like, probably a very perfect place to just, you know, cut off and be like, okay, well, let's do more next week. But you must understand, I have been fucking clawing to get to this game for days. You know, mods, if you have to depart, thank you very much for your work. I understand. I appreciate it. I'm gonna be here for a little bit longer. I don't know how much longer, but I'm not stopping now. Anyway, Atropos is the $2. Hunting HBK without me, handsome. Oh no, I'm locked in. Okay, alright, then let's lock in for a little bit longer. I'm gonna take a quick restroom and water refill break, and we'll be back. I have to get to more of this shit. I will see you in just a minute.
Alright, let's get into it.
The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it?
Awash in a sea of pissed off cops.
It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it?
5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop and the crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing.
Posturing. I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations, but the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual.
You don't feel any animosity towards these cops?
I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake.
You just worry about the jury.
What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring, all of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime.
Have you been in court many times before then?
It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though even that's become rare. The house is elevated. Blue Bloods and Rust and all the rest of the rabble. We're beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently.
Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring.
I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke.
Thank you.
Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals.
Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house.
Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once? What the hell would that even feel like?
So, there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash?
No.
Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so...
Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury?
No, I know they aren't here. Yeah, it used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they look the accused in the eye.
To help them evaluate their character?
Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have.
True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment, then, to have to look them in their eyes.
A punishment for the jury or the defendant?
Alright, kiddos. Chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start.
Ah, I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case...
Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy.
How?
It's 80. What are the chances?
Adjutant AD_84. Date of birth September 2nd. Height 263 centimeters. Weight 299 kilograms. Blood type none. Occupation automated dependent adjutant. Likes mountain air, gymnasts, and luxury. Dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. Shopping carts always returned. Favorite quote: let he who is without sin play first or draw first. Play first or draw first. Oh, 80, I love you. I love you so much. Love you so much that I forgot your name that one time, but in my defense, it was because you're beautiful, not because you're not memorable.
There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least.
Well, Your Honor, thank you for...
Presiding so honorably. I do try. Try. 'Cause it's try. Oh. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died?
5 people, Your Honor.
Yikes! What's the damage?
2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree.
Buddy, you trying to set up a gold split with all that? What's with the record set and grind set?
The prosecution stands ready.
So, shall we begin?
Your credit's always good here. Court's now in session. Oh, that's a really good startup.
Now, let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized.
Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court, the defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in.
and a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword.
Cop-killing piece of shit.
Hold on just a second. Kirby said that the filter peaked the mic a little bit, so I'm gonna turn the volume on the actual filter itself down a pinch and see if that helps whenever we next use it. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may have inadvertently picked up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here may intimidate you, but I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You'll hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth. That the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact, and the only one you need concern yourself with.
Ooh, she's as cold as ice, but every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes call descenders and embers form champions.
Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage, if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. Choose the most outlandish words you can. Go for broke. It's not like Masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because of an act of violence took place that could only be described as... unspeakable. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the malevolence unease for her. I felt the... I'm gonna go with malevolence. Felt the malevolence that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran. Yes, go for the veteran line! The man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his trauma, was taken into police custody with no, that wasn't it! I thought I could deal him with the old trauma card! Oh well. Was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones, and while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about.
You gonna let her say that? You want me to object during an opening statement?
Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue, one of them a police officer, Tariq.
Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch! Hang him up! Hang her, too!
This is...
Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom. Put on a good show. But that's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery, and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones or peek in through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up.
Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. So as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that people will try to weave for you. Thank you.
Decorated veteran?
You telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something?
Never mind, I suppose it could have gone much worse.
You're too kind.
I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo.
Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it a nukemi, a graceful fall.
That is basically correct.
Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sasuke.
What do you mean by that?
Your name and occupation for the record?
Hold on just a second.
Oh shit, my air card's falling off the wall. No, don't do that. Stay there. My beautiful, beautiful girl must stay there. Don't do that.
Ugh, my throat, sorry. Anyway.
How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in the courtroom doesn't already know who I am, then they don't deserve... I know, but would you consider it? If only for the sake of ceremony. Ceremony. It is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student.
Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie.
Right, of course. And your position with the Ikaria Financial Group? Is not salaried. Must I really declare it here?
Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited.
Sosuke, are you alright?
Can he see us?
You can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses teletestifying don't really need much else.
So he's safe?
Yes, Sosuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him or standing on a box. I think the hologram's given him a boost so he can see over the stand.
That's good.
The boost to his height?
That he's safe at home.
I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke.
Don't be. After how horribly I've failed him,
I'd like you to speak a bit more about the events on August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet.
Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This'll almost be worth the price of admission alone.
I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies.
Summer studies? Like some common... wife?
Wife? That's quite the vocab, Poe. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic.
Basic?
Was I mistaken?
Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention.
Please do.
Played like a damn fiddle.
Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations?
Emma. Assistant District Attorney, likes art museums, amethysts, turn-based RPGs. Dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, cliques. Favorite quote, flower in the mirror, moon on the water. Favorite subject, psychology. I wouldn't have guessed. Exercises by its subject seemed not to hear the question.
Adonai has only won against her once.
So far, every hot streak starts somewhere.
A hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I?
Dog, look at my lawyer. I'm going to jail.
Where shall I start?
As far back as you can.
A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia have been making attempts on my life.
Did you steal their lunch money or something?
I am the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group.
Could buy so much lunch.
The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I'm merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempts then? I was leaving a meeting held at the upper floors of the Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors.
This was all planned out in advance?
By my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But then the elevator became stuck, with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors.
Pried open? With a tool?
Leading the witness, Your Honor.
He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient.
Help Sosuke out here, kid.
We submitted to evidence the defendant's Akuta Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios.
Yes, sir. It is so admitted.
What happened next?
The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We'd been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been... Ha! Hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru.
Don't tell me. You named your sword.
All great swords have names.
Thank you, Sarah. Very well put.
Let the record show that the witnesses identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant.
Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime impaled into the torso of the victim, Tariq Chopin. The steel is chipped at various points, especially at the tip. Wait a minute, didn't we already get this? Did it update? Ah, yes, with the yellow text. Identified by Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword, Yoru, taken along with Sasuke down to the lower wards following an ambush on Makoto.
This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards, found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant.
There's still time for you to disown it, Sasuke.
You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai.
Once again, it's your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense.
If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I will gladly defer to you two.
So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When we arrived at the service elevators, Sosuke called them, and then they made a chime, and I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest, and then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off of it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear.
That is clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times.
What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel, and then the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant? The decision was made that I should get on VTOL as soon as possible, but much of my detail stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful to building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. A needle gun and projectiles found at the Crane Tower, where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was held and interrogated. Fingerprints on the weapon match those of the victim, Creek.
What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind?
A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness.
I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained?
Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well.
Needles. Needles identical to those recovered from the Crane Tower, so yep.
Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Ha! All too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their roughshod countenances.
Ah, that sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it!
Needles, Yoru. Needles and Yoru.
A pineapple head-like man and raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me! So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it.
Makoto is putting his talents for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact-check his description in order to get the ball rolling. Okay, hold on. I need to go here real quick because I need to remember. I know the needles were one thing. Was it Yoru that was the other thing that was given as evidence?
Okay, cool. So, let's read these descriptions over again real quick. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime, impaled in the torso of victim. Steel is chipped at several points, especially a tip, identified by Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword Yoru, taken along with Sosuke down to the lower wards following an ambush on Makoto. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Kariya. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Okay. And then needles. Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room as Sosuke was being held. The contents within match the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest. The other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly remarked as truth serums. Needles identical to these were recovered, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Headlight man, a raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right, and a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Yeah, I don't know about... I think I'm thinking of the right thing, but I want to make sure. Yeah. I think that's it. I have to make sure, but I think that's it. Nope. It wasn't that.
What are you even trying for, counselor?
Just checking to make sure you're on your toes, that's all.
That sounds like BS. I don't believe you. Overruled.
What were you going for, Adonai?
I'm trying to point out Makoto's misunderstandings about the nature of the attack. I just need to find a way to show it. Interesting. Okay. I thought it was gonna be a thing of like, oh, okay, if they like emptied the things, then like, you know, they wouldn't have any left later. But I guess it wasn't that. Oh, yeah. I didn't even notice that. Good point, eternally tired creature. Let me recheck Yoru again, too. Wait, okay, yeah. Chipped at several points. I don't know that that description is particularly anything that we can get at. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. Yoru could have closed the distance. A dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. The ridiculous pompadour. Again, the physical descriptions aren't very, like, relevant here. They tried to kill me. So whatever happened to them afterwards. Oh, wait, duh. Because they wouldn't have wanted to do that. He is being hyperbolic about that. Okay. Try that. Got it.
They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness, not with non-lethal projectiles.
And they fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much.
Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive.
Meaning what? If 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists?
There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him, using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness.
So they're sadists? I'm getting confused here.
So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witnesses identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he is accused of murdering.
Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod?
They were attacked by Creek's pod, or they were attacked by some other party. Well, the thing about that, though, is that if you look at the, needle gun, then, yeah. I mean, it has Creek's fingerprints on it, so... But then again, I mean, I guess it could just be used at a different time. But, regardless, I feel like that's relevant.
I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed at the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary?
That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found the control panel for calling that elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable modded strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sosuke?
I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time.
He hit the controls hard enough to break them? So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead elected to take Sosuke captive.
A Sosuke in the hand's better than a Makoto in the bush.
The head of Makoto's security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk. Are you denying that?
No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place?
What are you... Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's...
The mic's might not be picking up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you.
That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record.
But we get the idea. So, was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea?
As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces.
What the hell are you doing? You're trying to humiliate him?
In part. I'm also trying to insult you.
Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sosuke's part per se.
Just an error of judgment.
Counselor Morgan,
What's up? You can disconnect the call if...
ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. So that's your angle?
We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma, but I can follow her example. Insult their pride, and the Ikaria snap back as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify.
It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic.
We ask that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers.
And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra?
No, the people don't object, Your Honor.
Emma is playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former.
Okay. Needle guns. Sosuke's medical records. And needles. Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protecting me the whole time. Okay. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swatter.
He fought off all 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. Mock him if you dare for being captured. But that's not a failure. Not by any general's definition of the word.
Hold on. Let me check that real quick. Apprehended at the scene of the crime. Left from various sources. Numerous bones in left hand, broken as if impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration. Oh, as if impacting a hard surface. Interesting.
Hearing Makoto describe Sosuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time.
He definitely fought without a care for himself, and there's evidence to show it. Yep.
Okay, protecting me the whole time. Without sustaining a single injury.
Got it. Unscathed is the last thing anyone would call my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much.
What are you getting at, Counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Blood's den, not at the Crane Tower. The police didn't find even one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator.
Well, that is a miracle, a bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened at that elevator panel.
The elevator panel?
My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it up.
Did you really?
I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time.
Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm?
As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline.
Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken?
Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony.
His testimony stands. His testimony has been contradicted. Well, I mean, if we just say, oh, well, yeah, you know, whatever, then I don't see any point to, you know, let's just go with it.
Of course it does.
How so?
Try to think before you speak, counsel. Okay, well, never mind. I guess I should have just stuck with it.
Well, it may be true that this wrinkle doesn't change the witness's testimony, but it does change the nature of the evidence you had him identify for the court.
The katana? Yoru.
Yoru.
Its name is Yoru. We get it. Did you have to have a point to make, Counselor?
Oh my god. the long-ass line. Testimony from Makoto Ikaria about how he and Sosuke were ambushed at Crane Tower. He identified Creek's pod as the 4 men who attacked them and said that Sosuke defended him by wielding the katana Yoru with both hands. Makoto claims that Sosuke pushed him into the elevator with Yoru's sheath before violently mashing the panel with his left hand to close the elevator doors. Okay.
There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the swords, chipping, blood, or prints.
Okay. Hold on. Let's do some thinking about this. So, root attack defended by with both hands. And if we look at the sword, fingerprints from the right hand, no other prints found. The prints.
Namely, the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke's right hand.
You're contradicting yourself, Counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade.
It can be like this because Sosuke has 2 hands.
The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle, despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands.
Like a graceful swatter, specifically.
Oh, wait, that was Sarah.
Like a graceful swatter, specifically.
Oh, yeah, he did say that. So did the little tyke misremember?
It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection?
Her tactics from earlier backfired.
I'll have you know that I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays, down to the hour.
Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later.
It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor.
She gets pouty because it just flew right over the joke. Like, nope, not gonna acknowledge that one.
Because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded this katana in his defense, an act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must also have been handled by... our poor victim, Creek, of course.
What do you mean?
Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors.
You mean his victims? Withdrawn. Either voluntarily or in response to an objection sustained by a judge, attorney may withdraw their comments. Officially, juries are to disregard any comments that have been withdrawn and should not take them into consideration when evaluating the evidence, witnesses, or charges laid before them. Gotcha. I mean, that seemed about what it was, but good to have the clarification, I suppose. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword.
Oh, worm?
In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. He could have held it by the scabbard. Creek couldn't have held it by the scabbard. I mean, Am I overthinking this? I could be overthinking this. Sorry, adjusting in my chair a little bit. Got my fucking back. Don't get old, kids. Stay young forever. Never age. You ain't got that 30-year-old back yet. But, oh, I'm a 29-year-old, I suppose. But whatever. Distinctions. Didn't testimony mention something about a sheath? I believe so. Because if you look at Makoto, where is it? There it is. I have scoliosis. Well, yeah, fair enough. I'm 26, my back is fine. It will be for another 4 years. But then you'll feel it. It will happen to you too. Yeah. Defended by wielding with both hands into the elevator with Yoru's sheath before violently mashing the panel. Yes, with the sheath. Couldn't have held it by the scabbard. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Yep. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear.
I see. And since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood.
Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creek or his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home.
You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did! Jesus Christ. Oh, man.
As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled?
There's no mistakes here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. By putting his fingerprints under that sword after the real culprit had already handled it.
What a load of bullshit!
And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense.
Because it's the truth, I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all of my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is...
Ooh. The people are more than ready to counter, if it pleases the court.
Oh shit, this music. I might have to turn the volume mix down just a little bit, but... Not to say very Umineko, but it's kind of Umineko.
Oh.
The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable, but predictable. With the Foundation this week, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So, is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves?
I'm glad you asked so nicely.
Fingerprints. Okay, I mean, yeah, like, considering the guns have Creek's prints on them, then I would imagine so. Let's do it a little bit.
We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene.
That is...
A pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought.
Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots! As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves.
Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest that Ikaria would want revenge against these victims.
I was only speaking a plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru.
Unless the sword was indeed wiped out at some point afterwards.
Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall.
1 second, I'll turn the music back up. Okay, there we go.
It's a spicy theory.
It's just that, Your Honor. A theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops.
That's a little better.
We already know the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Ikaria's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive, despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense has belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of the crime.
Useless.
If we ask why, the answer is obvious, because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy. Then what is there to do with the trophy, other than polish it? The cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she flagged it in the arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead? The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon, by the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it.
That's a completely logical explanation. Damn it!
How do we respond to that, Adonai?
We check. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense.
So does that mean that she's described what actually happened?
Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off of every other... Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there.
I see. And how do you do that?
By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed.
And there's no evidence to suggest he's been framed because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword.
That's true. They did have a good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Yes. True. Wait, okay. Hold on. Log. Did have a good reason to wipe off the sword, but that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Tanks' gun used to shoot him and Krieg, only Prince or Sosuke's left hand. Now, that being said... yeah. Yeah. Well, hold on. I have my hesitations about this one for a reason, but I'm not entirely sure about it. Let's just try it and see what happens. This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? Okay, I was right. The police are confident that this Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Krieg, and your client was arrested with it on his person, and it has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks.
The record shows that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So this means that Tank's guy had never laid a finger on his own gun?
It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun, too.
Phrasing!
So he was polishing it up right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him?
More phrasing.
Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle?
They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach.
Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How'd he get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch?
The likelihood of that scenario
would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died. No?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that.
Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object.
Hold on. What are you saying?
Okie dokie then. Closing the connection.
No, I said wait! It's Sosuke! Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over?
I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes.
Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do.
You, of all people, should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your accounts is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation.
But he did testify.
Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake.
So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him?
He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet.
No.
Yumi Sato, medical examiner.
Yay, Sato, welcome back.
Yumi. Sarah. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case.
My favorite canonically trans queen. I love you, I love you, I love you.
Date of birth March 3rd, height 173 centimeters, blood type O negative, occupation medical examiner, likes brushed metal, grilled fish, cardamom, dislikes frame interpolation, based, split ends, surveys, splurges on live show tickets, favorite color,
That's I can't. Phthalocyanine, green G. Coat, very easy to sanitize. Yeah, 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. But if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Anchor 10. Jesus. Can I talk? AKA Tanks. He had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working and they did monitor his heart rate. Tanks' heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was... The slug had a hollow design, intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Summary of Medical Examiner Sato's findings in the death of Anchor Tanks Tan. Cause of death, mag rail slug detonated beside the subject's heart, killing them instantly. Notes, recovered metadata mods indicates a time of death of 9:44 p.m. Next up is Sung Min Trey Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they showed his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss, resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was... Heavens. Oh, okay. Oops, sorry. Not Morgan. Summary of Medical Examiner Sato's findings in the death of Sungmin Trey Trench. Cause of death, severe blood loss following lacerations to the throat and neck. Notes, recovered metadata from optical mods indicates a time of death at 9:45 p.m. Subject's skull was smashed in with blunt force posthumously, destroying the majority of systems in their optical mods. Traces of wood splinters found in skull match the broken bat near body. Found near body. Heavens Miller Smiles received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but evidently had gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from inside them, and he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Single stab wound to the carotid artery, leading to massive blood loss. Loss of consciousness would have occurred momentarily after the blade's withdrawal. Subject was stabbed in the neck with a bladed instrument approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Puncture wound is approximately 13 centimeters deep. Blood on subject's hands suggests they attempted to staunch their bleeding or possibly even remove the weapon. No other injuries. Analysis of subject's mods indicates their self-defense mechanisms were activated shortly prior to death. Combined with the location of the stab wound, subject most likely faced their attacker and attempted to fight back. Even though I killed him third and he was second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like Tanks, Lakers Creek Kristoff was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It's my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. So he was barely modded, and he stayed conscious that whole time anyway? Severe blood loss and hemorrhaging following the detonation of a mag-rail slug inside the subject's torso. Subject was shot from a close range, 1 to 2 meters. Subject had a modded spinal brace, likely a relatively low-cost, low-tech corrective measure for a childhood injury or growth defect. Said spinal brace prevented the slug from shattering completely, slightly prolonging the subject's life in exchange for multiplying damage to internal organs several-fold. Subject's childhood medical records indicate DT3, but no signs of the disease seem to exist at this time. No methamphetamine in the bloodstream, most likely subject recovered due to natural robustness. God damn. But we do have one other context clue to work with. This datapad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. And we found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail?
Either they hit cancel or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped.
Speculation?
How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor?
True enough. Chip, swipe, pin, top. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown.
So, taking that digital evidence into account, Creek must have been shot almost exactly at the same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that the Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m., triggering an automatic 10999 alert. Officer down.
Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed and safety's off.
Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. To summarize, then. Penetrative cardiac stab wound, posterior, death was instantaneous. Insight, standard issue for police department externally mounted biomonitor, reported cardiac activity cessation at 10:14:04 p.m. Subject was stabbed, impaled from behind with a large bladed instrument approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Wound shows unusual pattern of aggravation as if blade was jostled within the wound cavity post-mortem. No other injuries of note. We can conclude that Tanks' gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat, before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat, as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. And that's all correct, as far as we understand it.
So, now Rockford's put together a timeline.
It's probably helpful for the jury, putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions?
We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprit's starting time, methodology, and starting position.
I mean, we were kind of debating the order of deaths, so I guess I would assume the time, but... yeah, I don't know.
She wanted to establish the starting time of all the murders.
Wasn't that pretty obvious from just one autopsy?
Yeah, I figured that was I should have chose the other one, oh well.
Tanks died first and his mods confirmed it.
Well, yes, but the fact that Tanks and Creek died first combined with where their shooter stood tells us in what part of the room the culprit must have started their killing spree.
Correct. Because Creek and Tanks died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk.
And not by the door to the holding room.
Indeed.
So the likelihood that my client broke out from there
is not very high at all.
Yes?
An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room, but clearly he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him in front of the desk where Tanks' gun would be within reach.
You're the one who's reaching.
You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held?
Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat.
The forensics are clear.
My client was gagged and bound in that room.
Was, but clearly they had cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sasuke?
I'm not positive, of course. But my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free.
Emma's theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect, but it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out.
If the defense has no objections?
Then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination.
Adonai, that made you sound very feeble.
You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it.
That makes us sound very feeble?
Why do I have to get roped in?
Emma has already established a timeline and an order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth, firsthand, about every death except Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about?
Causes of death, timing, murder weapons. Didn't they... Because I'm trying to think back on everything that they've been saying. Huh. I wish the quick save wasn't mapped to one of my things. My PNG thingies. Oh yeah. Yeah. I almost completely didn't think about that.
Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's got to be a way I can use that information to my advantage here without revealing that I have it or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Do you visit the crime scene?
I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARCS data was provided to me to aid in my examination. Yeah, Kirby, it does. I mean, I'll let it slide this one time, but it does. I would prefer it not. But surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work.
Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scenes, the ARCs would show it. There's no fooling once it's been set up.
Surely defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work. Of course not. After all, if anything been added or removed from the crime scene, the ARCs would show it. No fooling it once it's been shown up. Gunshot wounds, blade wounds. Chopin's cause of death. Let's try that.
Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die?
Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found on his hands suggested he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment, his neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once the stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. Yeah, but see, that doesn't really work if you're alleging that the giant-ass katana was the blade in both instances, because then it's like, you know, did he have a giant... or did they have the giant sword, you know, just, like, flopping around?
And while the blade was still in his neck?
If it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade. Is there proof he grabbed the blade? Is there proof he grabbed the blade? I can't remember. I mean, no. Well, obviously no, because the actual thing at the scene isn't... I mean, the actual blade that would have been there isn't at the scene. So there wouldn't have been any proof that he would have touched the other blade because he never touched it to begin with.
Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck?
He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it.
Because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge.
So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone.
One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough?
Okay. So, we got that. So, Chopin's cause of death. Well, that would have been the... through the back there. Let's try that.
Could you speak a bit more of the manner of Officer Chopin's death?
Well, to reiterate, his body was found with a katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. That's a new option in the main. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're right. I forgot about that. Well, I might as well follow this through just because I haven't finished it yet. Or, well, actually, yeah, just go through that.
Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast, that'd be quite the feat of swordsmanship.
Stating a conclusion, Your Honor.
Comments withdrawn, quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like that? That one that killed Miller inflicted by a long blade? And wielded in one hand by a man experiencing blood loss? Heavy blood loss?
No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable... Okay, I'll be fair on that one. I don't count that as backseating because that's just a mechanic. I just didn't remember the mechanic, so I appreciate the clarification. That was, like, literally tutorialized. It's just been long enough that I forgot about it. Well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer.
And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered?
Approximately.
That doesn't sound conclusive.
The entry wound's slightly smaller than I'd expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword's a match for Miller.
Damn it, just because I happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped.
Ah, came back to bite you in the ass again. And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better.
No, of course there isn't.
Okay. Oh, it was replaced.
Miller stabbed.
Okay, let's go through this one again.
What do you mean by agitated?
Honestly, as though after impalement the blade was moved around inside the wound. As if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it.
London mentioned that Sato found his wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck. That's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for all of us when I say I found that very enlightening.
Blackjack.
Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found?
Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being moved.
I'm curious, then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on?
Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught on the air, right? A bone, perhaps?
Surely you must have examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught?
No, I didn't.
Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin.
It got caught on the floor.
Pardon?
You need to take greater advantage of the arcs. Counselor Morgan learned to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you'd have seen there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How'd you think the tip of the sword got chipped?
You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor?
That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? Well, I see very little room to argue with it, but do I want to be pedantic? Or try to be pedantic about something? Let's read that description again. It's chipped at several points, especially the tip. I mean, it's chipped at several points. It's not just the tip. Couldn't have got stuck in the floor. Could have gotten stuck in the floor.
I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled, then fell face first.
It makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right?
What? Are you asking me?
Sort of, asking the room, I guess.
Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand?
Yep. Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in the Crane Tower.
His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword. That doesn't square with this piece of evidence.
That would be... Yep, because that has Sosuke's left... Jesus. That has Sosuke's left hand. So, dial that up because I want the credit. The Mag US?
How can my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the Mag US?
That oddity's hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the Mag US was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless.
Nuts.
It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke?
Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless.
Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offenses?
That's right, Sarah. In fact,
Cut the chatter and save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Looking at the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve this sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that?
What do you mean?
Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for?
Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip? The grip is normal.
Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor?
Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that, sorry.
Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to just say he held it like normal?
If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in.
Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about how exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them.
That can only mean it's time to finally face off with the arresting officer.
Chopin's partner.
Very well. Then let us summon to the stand. No name not found.
What?
What?
Is that a family or given name?
What?
Yeah, I got one big ol' error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found. Literally. He ain't here.
What? He's had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be?
Her star witness is a no-show?
Is this good news or bad news?
Like hitting the jackpot in the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling that the staff's gonna make you pay for it.
That idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself.
Right about now.
Perhaps it's not for the best then, Your Honor.
Turn the music back down. God, this theme is really good, though. Oh my god, can I please get the slider correct? Thank you.
We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple, and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus, the people call for summary judgment.
Already?
The defendant's the only one with prints on the gun. He's the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop, before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene.
That must be Reyes in London she's referring to.
As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders.
She's on a tear. And I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's caused her to overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack?
Murder weapons, DNA evidence, only suspect, police testimony. Let's read her actual full statements real quick. So, the defendant's the only one with prints on the gun. He is the only one with prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop, before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. So which is the weakest one of these claims? The defendant's the only one with prints on the gun. Fair enough. He's the only one with prints on the katana. Also fair enough. His own employer testified to the court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. Yeah. He's found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop. I don't think pointing out the police testimony is gonna get me anywhere right now. Not in this kind of situation. Only suspect is... That's also kind of hard. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would spin that one necessarily. DNA evidence is also kind of hard to spin. I mean, though, the stuff with the sword is still like, but... Yeah, I don't know. The murder weapons. I'm not, like, fully confident about this one, but I'm gonna try it.
The DNA evidence we've seen so far is infallible, yeah. I'm not gonna be able to derail the thrilling discussion of evil twin theories.
Okay. I thought we were gonna go on the sword thing a little bit, but... Let's try this then.
The murder weapons that Sosuke's prints are on aren't pointing to anyone else. Without that knife, I can't prove the weapons were manipulated after the murder.
Okay, so was it this one? Because I did think about it, but...
She just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that.
Okay, I shouldn't have second-guessed myself then. I thought that first, and then I was like, no, I don't know about that.
She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity.
Oh, you are really risking this shit, huh, Morgan?
People are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only person there that night. And there's evidence to show it.
I mean, yes, I know that, Iconic Laser, but it's like, how much do we want to give that game away, you know what I mean? Classified documents, hard to copy. Only partial prints. I mean, there's that, I suppose. I'm not sure if I'm fully confident in it or not, but... What's that? The dark card found lodged into Creek's datapad?
That's right.
Okay, yeah, so it was that.
The perfect payment option when neither you nor the businesses you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime.
Oh, crap, yeah. Almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers.
And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south.
Are you trying to suggest these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong?
I mean, they sort of were.
A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold?
Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over.
A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek.
The same spot in the room that we've established the killer must have started their rampage.
Cute idea, Counselor. But there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that datapad before he died. And we know that that dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling. When the simplest explanation is that he was buying. Using the dark card that he owned.
The dark card belonged to Creek?
How will you respond?
I don't need to respond. With evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon.
Well, I mean, considering... Also, yeah, that.
You really think the datapad found at the scene of the crime, at the scene, belonged to Creek?
Technicians confirmed that it was keyed to his fingerprints, so... Yes, I do.
Oh,
Well, okay. I just kind of figured it was like, it's kind of weird for him to have a thing that's like, you know, oh, I use this so that people can pay me on it for transactions, and then just like, I'm going to purchase on my own thing. But maybe I was thinking of that in a different way.
fair enough.
Well, then in that case.
Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card and the evidence belong to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either.
Which is probably what I should have just been thinking of in general. I mean, I was thinking about it, but I just got too caught up in that, like, oh, wait, but why would you... why would you use your own card reader to do a purchase for someone else? But, whatever. What?
If that dark card had belonged to Creek... Wait.
Let me turn that down a little bit, too.
It's loud.
It's a good theme, though.
If that dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his datapad with his teeth.
Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to?
Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices.
A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact they were ever there. That's absurd. If a customer brought that dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left?
It was stuck in the datapad.
They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the datapad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable?
The card's worthless to everyone but its owner.
to whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind?
The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place?
Aggressive negotiating tactics?
Or a customer who couldn't pay?
What are you? What are you? This customer could afford a dart card.
And yet they couldn't pay.
Hold on, you're trying to say all these debts, all this carnage. You think it's all because their card got declined?
Hard to live down that kind of faux pas.
Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix, was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime?
Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility.
That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky?
Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled, but it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait.
Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor.
That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard.
What?
Court's now in recess.
So, Aria Holdings is not part of House Ikaria?
No, it is. House Ikaria is comprised of the literal Ikaria family, the Ikaria Financial Group, and the Aria Holdings. But each of these parts is a separate identity from the others.
That's very confusing.
No, it's... Well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us.
Protects the IFG?
No, it protects the house from itself.
If everyone in the Ikaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Ikaria family, that would be much simpler.
I know it would be simpler, but that's...
Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting?
Don't worry, I promise I'll find a stopping place in just a second.
Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man.
Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head, and cuffed you.
If you say so. I told you, I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room.
Chime in at any time.
Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers?
You find his socials or something?
I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs.
Right now? What's the headline?
City council members thank heroic officer for his service.
Oh. Well, that makes sense.
How can it?
Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them.
Are Officer Chopin's parents there?
Yes, both of his fathers were present.
Adoptive fathers.
Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they are his parents.
Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes.
I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right.
Taking a life?
Parents having to outlive their children.
Then here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke?
Of course I would.
And force him to outlive his son? How could you?
Adopted son. From a branch family.
Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself?
Daisuke Ikaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor.
A subservient seat.
All seats are subservient.
Not the one at the top.
I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke.
Retaliation for the fall of the leaves.
Quite the dignified way to refer to the Ikaria killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking.
Very nearly so.
Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke?
Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it no other choice but to act.
No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it.
Who told you that?
The fact that you can lie about that is crazy. I don't know. It's not like I'm not pondering like, ooh, what's the right choice in this dialogue branch or whatever. I'm just trying to think of like what I would lean towards here. I mean, like, I would lean toward being honest, but also at the same time, I'm trying to think of what would be more in character for Morgan. Yeah, I mean, doesn't feel like there's a point to lie, I guess. He's just a little guy who has killed many.
She said her name was Mire. Who is she?
A powerful member of the house, on the side of Audia.
Slow down, loose lips. I didn't ask for her whole life story.
What? Oh, sarcasm. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised that she would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair.
So, did that message mean anything to you?
I'm not sure.
You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that?
There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Icaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security, and I didn't learn how to kill in the military.
Oh? Oh?
The Hound of Icaria is the house's personal assassin.
What happened to the House of Icaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past?
The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably.
Undeniably?
What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from.
You killed, so that the other houses in the Neo-ability know it was the Hound?
But can't prove that House Icaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally, and their humiliation at being outplayed ensures the deaths stay out of the papers.
So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off of a dash cam, but the Neo-ability gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all?
All true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year.
Did your courier business dry up?
Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill the role.
And what you said about guarding the previous heir? Waving your katana around as soon as you could walk?
The circumstances were different then, too.
Why tell me now?
Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it.
No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison, since you won't help me win this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet?
Adonai.
Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head, who'd surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider in over their head who could stay afloat with a lifeline.
Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me.
I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer.
I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier, and I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that, but soldiers and assassins do exist in this world, and they're still people, and I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikaria?
No, Sarah.
But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist.
Bullets are very fast.
That's true.
I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming.
Tell me more.
Why did I get very emotional about the thought that Sarah is like, hey, you killed people? You're still a human, though. I want to understand your mind. I want to understand why you are that way. I'm not just going to jump to a conclusion of demonizing you right off the bat. I wonder where that might become relevant in the future. Might or might not. And Morgan wasn't there to hear it. It fucking pisses me off. Damn it. God, fuck. Shit. Man. 12:27. Okay. Yeah, we're back in the courtroom. I think we have to stop there. We're going on nearly 7 hours. As much as I would love to continue going, I do unfortunately have some responsibility. Like, literally, if I didn't have to go to bed soon, then I would just keep doing it. But I can also feel my brain deteriorating a little bit, and I do have some other things that I have to do before I go to bed, so unfortunately I think I'm probably just gonna have to stop here. I love this game! Fuck! They cooked again. It's so fucking good. Let me just check the tag real quick to make sure that there's no art that we need to look at real quick. Okay, yeah, there's nothing on Tumblr or on Blue Sky. Let me check the stream art channel. Okay, yeah. Nothing in art. Nothing for art. It's a bit of a shame, but I know I did announce the stream pretty late. So it makes sense. Hopefully there'll be more art for Of the Devil next time, though, because this is going to continue on Tuesday until I finish it. So yeah, I guess, yeah. I don't know what to say. My brain is a little melted at the moment. I'm overwhelmed by peak. This first near 7 hours of this episode has been fucking fantastic. Everybody at Nth Circle, thank you once again for cooking so hard. I appreciate the kindness of the devs for, as always, reposting stream links, even though, you know, it's like you do it for pretty much everybody who posts about it, which I think is really cool and awesome, but, you know, just because that is the case doesn't mean that I'm not individually grateful for it all the same. I do appreciate it, and I'm very happy to be playing this game, because it's just one of those pieces of media, I think, where you get invested in it and you have that thought of like, wow, I'm really lucky to be around while this is going on, you know what I mean? It's one of those few and far between feelings you get with like currently updating media that are as good as this one is, where you just really find yourself feeling like the fact that I am alive right now while this is a thing, I am grateful for that. In a day-to-day that kind of sucks as much as it does, looking forward to new Of the Devil is something that I have been very, very happy to be able to do. So thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. I'm really, really invested in this episode already, and I'm very excited to see what's going to happen. And oh man, it makes me sick that I'm gonna have to wait again for another episode once I finish it. Can't you just snap your fingers and make it all happen at once? I know. But thank you, seriously, for your hard work. I appreciate it. Thank you for giving us such a good game. I love it. Alright, well, I guess since we don't have any art to look at, that means I can just abruptly dip out. Let's go to the menu. All right, well, no stream coming up this Friday. Next stream will be more of this, and that will be on Tuesday the 6th, and then you will have more Fate to look forward to on Friday the 9th. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. It is... Oh god, it's technically New Year's Eve now because it's past midnight. Have a happy New Year, everybody. I'll see you next week when it's January. Bye-bye.